Well then, good morning guys. Right, we're going to carry on today with this big guy. No, tell a lie, sorry. I finished him yesterday, didn't I? So he's wrapped up, he's done and dusted. So he is just to be put with the others. Let me just get him in and we'll scale him and sort him out. Let's bonk him in with the other group. And then following discussions with the guys on stream yesterday, we're going to be doing the assassin today. Oh, look at that little mini ogre. So there we go. So this is the Saracen warband as it stands at the moment. One big burly ogre, one leader, two swordsmen, and a great axe. So the intention is to do two crossbowmen and a assassin. So the assassin, I think I'm definitely going to be taking a little bit of Assassin's Creed inspiration from. So we'll look at the original Altair. So he was an Islamic assassin in the original game. So we'll take a little bit of inspiration from him, not too much because I don't want to get sued by Ubisoft. So that's not how I want 2023 to be starting. Right, so we'll take a little bit of a steer, but not too much. Right, so let's get back to my base mesh. The right base mesh, this one. Okay, so I can't remember if I leave the head on this guy as a unbearded version or not. No, I didn't, but that's fine. Let's just no, I think we have to give him a classic Assassin's Creed pose, don't we? So let's make sure he's got something that's fairly recognisable. Now, for you guys in the chat, do we give him the old hidden dagger, or is that a little bit too close to the bone? So let me switch on to multi-stream so I can see everybody in Facebook as well. Okay, so this new guy then is going to be an assassin. I've got to re-sculpt and rework this particular one. But that is, like I say, not a problem. We're going to merge visible. We're going to pick him up here. Oh, do you know what? I'm going to put my hat on today because it helps keep the glare out of my eyes. Right. Split hidden. Right, so this guy is going to be a little bit different, so we're not going to give him the big sword, I don't think. Certainly not going to be having the big spiky shoulder. And I don't think I'm going to give him gloves. We won't have the armour. We're going to keep him light. So let's just sort out the. Let's give him a turban to start with. So not 2 Assassin's Creed, but we'll give him a little bit of something that's going to gel with the rest of the party, the rest of the team. Symmetry on for this bit. I'm just going to remove the beard. The main reason for removing the beard is to put this like face wrap around his mouth. Just duplicate it in case I screw it up. COVID all over, isn't it? So I'm going to put a few. Oh, that's a bit too severe. Right then. Just get this back on. Let's just trim his face in a touch. I want to make this guy a little bit lighter in his build, so we'll do the same kind of thinning out with the rest of him. Do you know, this actually reminded me a little bit of the assassins from Secret of Mana. Was it Secret of Mana or Legend of Mana? It might be Final Fantasy VI. I'm getting a little bit muddled now. There's basically two little assassins who turned up and just harangued you all the time. I think it was. I'm sure it was Legend of Mana actually. So I'm just gonna get these on. I'm gonna thin his torso. So just merge that back down. Out the roll, morning, how are you doing? Honestly, if I'm in your position, I'm taking sleep for 4 hours. I've been sleeping terribly lately, and it's starting to catch up on me a little bit. I'm sure I went into a state of delirium yesterday making that donut mail, so I can avoid that again. I am up for it. Right, let's just take away the how are you doing today anyway, out of the roll? What are you working on? Oh, that's fueling you through, is it? So I do iced coffees. I've never tried a cold brew though. Is there much difference in it? I mean, I'm guessing it's just kind of what you expect it to be, like just coffee that's brewed cold. I'm going to take the strap off here because I think I'm going to lose some proportion stuff going on if I try and stretch that. So let's just split that off and hide it for a minute. Right now, iced coffee with no bitterness. It sounds good. Tell me more. Well, I'll be honest. I have my iced coffee with a ton of milk in it, so it's a nice latte, really, isn't it? But oh no! Before I get too far with this, do you think I should make it a female? Maybe I'll do a female version as well. What do we say? I was just thinking as I was like slimming the arms, slimming the torso down. Let's make him yeah, I mean, if I make it female, what I can do is maybe I take the turban off and give her like a ponytail or something like that, so it's more obviously female. We removed the chest armour already, so we can give her some boobs, slim the waist. I think I can keep the hips and everything as is, but I'll just need to slim the boots down to make the feet smaller, make the hands a bit smaller. And then physically what we'll do is I'll just shrink the whole thing down just a touch, just so she's a fraction smaller. Let's just try it. Just smooth out the arms just a touch to make them a bit less muscular. So when you're doing female miniatures, it's more about like the softness rather than the hard planes. What we're doing. Shoulders are going to want to be, that's it, perfect. Right, now I hope I'm not going to get a Twitch ban for this. Got this little thing called a boobies brush. Morning Yuffie, how are you doing? Hope you're doing well today, mate. I haven't even started my coffee yet. I've had a cup of tea this morning, but it's Red Bush, which is naturally caffeine free. So as nice as it is, it's not really the morning hit you need if you're struggling a bit. Morning Rich, how are you doing, mate? You're on YouTube today, you deviant, what's going on? So these are there just as a guide for me. What I'm going to be doing is just bringing this up. We're just gender bending the assassin, mate. Nice. So you can't get away from me anywhere, can you? Because I'm on YouTube, Facebook and Twitch. All at the same time, like magic. Simmertradon. Simmertradon? Simtradon? Call you Simmy. How you doing, Simmy? So it's basically I'm taking a male base mesh here and I'm turning it into a female one with as minimal work as I can possibly get away with. I don't think the views make a difference really. I think Twitch is probably more beneficial in terms of, you know, actual like reward, because when you get affiliate level you can start earning from the streams. But to be honest, it's so negligible at the moment. It's barely worth. I'll roll you back again. I know to call you Greg now. Yeah, we're everywhere, mate. I've got multi-stream set up, so it runs on Facebook, on Twitch, on YouTube, And it did run on a thing called Trovo or Travaro or something like that. But honestly, I never heard of that before. And recently, it's just stopped streaming altogether. There, it's just stopped working. Right, so I just need to sort something out because I seem to have stuffed something up. Nice, thanks Tim. How are you guys doing today anyway? Everybody keeping well? Come in and see what the rest of this warband looks like when it's done. Rich, look at you just like flitting between the platforms, mate. I'm gonna pop up on Facebook next just to... Yeah, honestly, the YouTube monetization, it's mega. You have to like really kind of get some like serious views and stuff. I mean, I'd love to. You're talking like, oh, you watched it? The film or the series isn't on yet, is it? Got to be the film. Series starts tomorrow. I watched an episode of Forged in Fire last night, and they had to make some kind of mad sword that was basically, it was like a 4-arm gauntlet with a big like 4-foot punch dagger on the end. And when they pulled up like they sometimes show like a reference to it and stuff. And the reference was Mad Mordigan in Willow. He's got it strapped to his arm, swinging it. So you probably saw that last night, but yeah, YouTube, you got to get like 100,000 subscribers or something stupid like that. It's like a big number. It's not 100,000, but it's like a lot. It's like well higher than the 50 Twitch subscribers that Twitch wants you to have. But Twitch also takes half your money and stuff like that. So you know they're making you do the hard work for them and then robbing you blind in the process. So you know, swings and roundabouts, isn't it? Right, let's slim this whole torso in, I think. Well, somewhere along the way I've lost an entire piece of body. There should be an actual torso in there. Thanks for the sub, Sim. Oh, Prime sub as well. Thank you very much. Right, where's my original mesh for this dude? Let's go get his body back. Actually, I've got a female body in here that I bought, you know. Oh, lost where I am. Oh, I must have done something seriously wrong, yeah, because I've ended up with no boots. I must have deleted them. They must have been sharing a poly group or something with something I've binned. Oh, thank you very much then. If anybody else has got any free Prime subs and want to fling them in, feel free. I don't even know. Do you know what? I don't know how many subs I've got on YouTube. I've not really been pushing it as a platform, so. I can't remember what it was called. It was an interesting build. The guys really struggled with it actually on Fortune Fire, that punch dagger thing. It seemed a bit big and unwieldy to be fair, but what am I looking for? YouTube. $140 subs. It's not as bad as I thought actually. I thought it was worse than that. Yeah, I do the same thing. Forging fire is one of the things that really makes me want to kind of build a forge in my garden. I've got this area to the back of my office, which is like as big as my office is again. And I keep thinking, oh, it'd be a great forge spot that would, but I'll just burn stuff down. I think I'll end up burning my office down if I try and do it. So it's going to be a bad idea all round. Oh, thanks again. Showing the love today, mate. What is that? I think that should be about the right size, but this is more of a cartoony base mesh, so let's auto group it. Let's just make the torso a little bit less ridiculous. Yeah, exactly. There's only so much time in the day to do stuff, and anything else I do is distracting me from what I'm supposed to be doing, which is this. So it's probably a bad idea for me to try and start picking up any additional hobbies now. I need less hobbies and more time is what I need. Okay, we'll use this as the female base mesh then. I'll bulk it out and flesh it out in a little bit. But so let's take the arms. Merge them in. Yeah, do it, man. No, thanks for lurking. I say if you're about later on, I don't know. I'll still be streaming in 4 hours, but definitely pop in and check and see where we're up to. I'll put a Facebook update up later anyway with whatever we've done on this stream, because basically I've got today and tomorrow to finish these guys, and then they're part of this month's set. So if anybody wants to get any of these guys now, so let me just show you where we're at with the set. We're here. So we've got these 4 big burly brutes. So we've got 2 of the Saracen Knight Warriors with swords and bucklers. We've got one with a big old kind of Saracen great axe, and then we've got the leader here, who was the first donut male character of the week, and then we've got the big burly ogre at the back. So we'll have the female assassin and then 2 crossbowmen, and that'll be a nice little warband for you to print off, paint up, and whatever else. So the plan is as well, we'll have these up on the site within the next couple of days as well. So you'll be able to kind of go onto the website, either buy them in resin or pick them up as STL files. But if you've subscribed during November, the STL files will be part of the bundle, so they'll just be like packaged up and delivered to you anyway. Right, so I'm not quite with it today. Keep doing that thing, you know. I'm sure I can't be the only one who does it, but fall asleep on the sofa completely by accident halfway through a program, and then like you wake up 3 hours later or something like that, and then just can't get back to sleep. I seem to be doing that a lot lately. Chainmail withdrawal. It might be. Lying there in bed getting the shakes thinking about donuts. Let's just do this then. So I'm gonna take these arms. I'm gonna position them correctly, or position them to match rather. And I think the profile's actually not a million miles off. So all I'm gonna do is just taper the shoulder in a touch. Bring that up. Let's delete the underlying sausage arms. Right, now that forearm looks a bit bulky and chunky, so let's just... There we go, thinner elbows. Probably a bit too masculine at the back of the forearm there a little bit, but we'll sort it. Let's get it, make it happen. So it's more about making it like softer, isn't it? So. Softening the transitions from one kind of muscle group to the next. Well, let's leave it there for now, because honestly I don't think we're going to see an awful lot of this anyway, because by the time I've got it wrapped up, excuse me. Right, let's take the hands away. Oh God. So, knowing this is an assassin and we're doing a little bit Assassin's Creed with her, do I go full Assassin's Creed and give her the old hidden dagger kind of thing, or is that a little bit too close to the bone, do you reckon? There it is. Do you think I'm asking for trouble then with the punch dagger, or will I get away with it? Can't be a trademark, can it? Can it? Oops, that's not what I meant to do. Well, he's certainly not with that on anyway. I think I might have to give us some kind of like gauntlet rather than just this armoured spike thing that everybody else has got. Oh, do you know, I was going to wait till later for a coffee, but I am so laggy at the moment. I'm just going to put one on. Gali, thank you very much. Just while I'm making a coffee, I'm just going to put the others on so you can see the full glory of the set at the moment. So there you go, so just while I make myself a quick coffee. This is the current set. So my thinking is these are a nice little Mordheim / Frostgrave warband. Yeah, I did one for the what's that one? I've done a few kind of like quite muscular women now for the last one I did was for my bouncers, I think. But yeah, I'm not averse to throwing different body shapes in. I say this one particularly, we want it to be, you know, we want it to be small and like I say, agile. Yeah, definitely. Definitely not averse to throwing in a big burly barbarian or like a brawler kind of character. I've been watching Arcane again, like League of Legends one, so like, you know, like Vi and kind of massive great big power fists, but in a kind of a fantasy-esque, yeah, maybe hench her up a touch as well. Okay, so back to Assassin female. What was that? Thankfully no chainmail on this one today, so... Right, so we've got the glove, the gauntlet there. What I'm going to do, I really want to give her the hidden dagger, the Assassin's Creed style hidden dagger. Really want to do that. Yeah, and this is why sometimes, you know, when people always moan about like the over sexualization of female minis, and to a point it's necessary, and it's pretty much entirely down to the readability you get at like a 2-foot distance. So if you think like most of the time you're playing with your miniatures, if they're in a game, they're on a table, they're between 2 and 3 feet away from you, and you need to be able to kind of read from a silhouette whether a model is male or female or orc or human or whatever else. You know, you want that readability from the actual character, and unless you give them big boobs, tiny waist, wide hips, big bum, etc. Unless you do that kind of proportion with that amount of exaggeration, it's quite difficult to see from a distance. So I think the reason it's quite popular is because they're so small. If they were bigger, if you're dealing with like 54mm, 75mm kind of models, you don't need to exaggerate so much. It becomes obscene at that point. But then obviously when you're dealing with the smaller characters, the smaller miniatures, that level of exaggeration is definitely needed to even kind of like show up. So I say if you look at my units of guards, I'll pull one up as an example for you. I've gone quite tame on the female proportions on it, and I mean, I did it on purpose. I didn't want to kind of have, you know, I don't tend to do the over-sexualised thing through my sculpts for the most part, unless I'm absolutely, you know, intending to do it. But let me just find that one render. So here, so if I go for my group renders folder, I haven't got them there, let me just find it. Right, so here, let me just pull these guys up. So noble guards with spears. So these guys, as you look at them, top row, male, 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 female, female. So I've made them physically a bit smaller. You can't really tell on this one, but the feet are smaller. The hands are smaller. And they have got breasts, but they're kind of like also wearing the same armour as the men. So there's a slight kind of bulge in the upper torso there, but not hugely noticeable. Down in the bottom row, the second and third characters are female. So again, you have that same kind of proportioning going on, with the feet being smaller, the hands being smaller. So there are certain like giveaways with them. But I also didn't want them to like really kind of like stand out in that way. So it's and like I say, in that scale, then it becomes difficult to kind of present that and represent it. Yeah, and like I say, in armour you can't really tell, unless obviously you've got like the, you know, breast armour with high heeled you know, boots or whatever. But that's again, that's a kind of a crazy fantasy thing, isn't it? That's not a realistic in any way, shape or form. So yeah, it's just, it is what it is at this point, isn't it? You know what I mean? It's just bring that in. I'm going to bring that down so there's a bit of top can come in. What's this design for? Okay, so basically I've been working through models for a Descent into Avernus campaign for Dungeons and Dragons, and as I was working through the kind of campaign, I've got to a point where these excuse me, these guys called the Knights of the Shield, the Order of the Shield, they turn up and they're hunting out this shield that contains like the spirit or the embodiment of a demon or devil of some kind, who is their god, who they worship. They're basically like a cult, and they rock up and they want to kind of get this shield back, and if your characters are carrying the shield, they're going to come and harass you and attack you and try and retrieve it from you. But when these guys were introduced in the story, although they're just NPCs who are going to come and attack you anyway, so there's no kind of like reasoning with them or any of that kind of stuff. They are given names, and they're given what sound to be like Middle Eastern, Arabic type names. So I thought, rather than just going down the route of making them like brigands or just normal knights or something like that, I would take a bit of a Saracen vibe. So I had a look at some Saracen reference images. We made the shields and the swords and the turbans, all this kind of stuff to kind of bring that like Saracen vibe through. So we've still got like the fantasy elements, so it fits in with D&D. But we've got this visual distinction which kind of helps to give them their own visual identity. So we've also got a kind of a common, again, if I go back to the group shot, you'll see they've all got this shoulder pad with the eye symbol on it. So there, this one here and here. So the eye is the symbol of the hidden lord, which is their god. So I've made sure that's kind of like consistent throughout them. So there's a little bit of visual identity tying them all together as well as the kind of the visual aesthetic, if you like. There's that kind of like persistent what do you call it, iconography going through. But then as I started doing them, I actually only, when I started doing them, I only actually needed 3, because they go with the Cambion, who, again, if I just show you the Cambion himself, you'll see he's got the same symbology on him. Where is he? Here. So this guy, his name's Baldrius. So he's got the eye thing on his belt. But yeah, he is basically like delivered with these guys. He's packaged up with them when they arrive in game. So like I say, you've got humans and kind of like devils working together to the same end. Right, let's pick this up here. Thank you very much. Right, let me get my trousers somewhere, wherever they were. Don't tell me I've lost them. Have I like literally deleted everything or something? Right. Ah, there they are. Oh, I thought I was having a really bad day then. Okay. I'm going to take a little... Do you remember Tenchu Stealth Assassins? There was a ninja character who was female called Ayami. And she had these kind of like cut off or cut out bits on the side of the trousers. I'm going to steal that aesthetic here, I think. Split that off. Do you know what? I've not done many monsters. Really haven't done many monsters at all. And the ones I have done have not been for me. They've been for other people. So unfortunately, I haven't at the moment. But what I've been doing, the new format for my Patreon. What I'm doing is I'm going to ask people to put in suggestions and things that they want to see made. So the content I make in any given month is basically going to be determined down to you guys to say I would like this. So what I'll do is I'll be taking recommendations through. So I've got like a Discord channel and a Facebook group. So what we'll do is we'll take the recommendations or the requests from people, and then we'll put them into the Patreon, and then the Patreon subscribers, they'll be able to vote and decide which one they want. And I'll have to do a little bit of balancing so the same person doesn't end up getting their thing made over and over and over again. But if there's something you want to see made, you can submit it there and we can vote on it, and then if it happens, then we can obviously do it on stream. But I do want to be doing more of like the dragon type things. The only big monster I've done, if you're a Final Fantasy fan, is I did a version of Ifrit, like my own version of Ifrit. So he is available in my web store. He's the only real big monster I've actually done. But I have got plans to do a few more. Somebody asked me for, I can't remember the word now, they were like lion-like dragons. So like dragon lions or something like that. So that might get made as well. So there'll be a few different things. But yeah, you can pipe up with any kind of like request that you want. But mostly I do the like smaller characters, hero characters, occasional like mobs and things. But at some point for Descent into Avernus, I have read through the book and I need to make time at. So that's going to be a nice big fun project. Because a dragon with one head isn't difficult enough. I've got some Minotaurs coming up actually. They're in the campaign, so they're already on my to-do list, along with skeletal Minotaurs. So that'll be a nice, interesting month. That one will. Yeah, they'll be badass Minotaurs. They'll definitely have a good vibe about them. What I'll have to do is I'll have to peg down the aesthetic for them. So we'll have to decide whether they're going to be like, are they going to be European themed, or are they going to be, do we go for the Greek aesthetic, given the same kind of look as my Leonin models? Because obviously there's the what's the book called now? Mythic Odysseys of Theros. And they've got all like the Greek type vibe going there in the D&D stuff. So if anybody's kind of like playing that, or they're looking for anything for that campaign setting, obviously they're going to be looking for like things with a Greek look. So well, I'm glad to be first. I'll say if you've got any questions, there's no such thing as a silly question, so feel free to ask. So all I'm doing here is I'm just roughing up the basic shape, because I'm going to have to do some more work on this when it's posed anyway. So let's just get some basic form in place right now, so I've got something to work with. And then when I pose the model, we will come back and do a second sculpting pass just to add the details and put all the fabric folds and things in place. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to give her lower trousers. I'm going to cut them off there. You can try, mate, but as long as he's not just being a tit about it and asking random stuff. If it's something you really need to know the answer for, I'm always happy to talk you through and help. Yeah, you're right. Elston will definitely call that as a challenge learning. Right, so I've lost the boots, which is a nuisance, but it's not the end of the world. Tell you, some of his latest YouTube videos have had me chuckling. And he's like doing the he's done like a little bit of what do you call it? I don't even know what you call it now. Like telling himself off with these like voiceover and stuff. It is fun. I do love me a little Alston. No, these are actually, they're all miniatures, mate. So I don't do any animation work. I just do the sculpts. So all of these sculpts, they're designed for 3D printing. So when you see like the shoulder pads here, I'm not trying to make these I'm not trying to make them so that they can be animated. I'm trying to make them so that they can be 3D printed. So one of the key things you'll find is when you come to make a model for animation, you need to worry about like topology and making sure everything kind of is right. But for what I'm doing, I'm more interested in making it solid. So I don't really care if I've got nice topology. If I show you the mesh here, it's going to make you scream. So like there's my mesh density there. That's, you know, I've got no I'll add more to that as well. It's going to get super dense. But these bits here, these are just base models. This stuff here, you can see is like, you know, it's not user friendly for animation. So I'm using Dynamesh a lot. And what Dynamesh does is it gives you this uniform but very small topology that you can use to basically get lots of small detailing. But then I'm using the dynamic topology from Sculptress mode up here. This one, sorry. Sculptress Pro mode. And what that does is it adds geometry where I need it, at the size I need it in. So if I use a clay brush here, bring the size right down, as I smooth that out, I'm going to add a ton of geometry there. And it doesn't really matter for what I'm doing, because I'm going to decimate the hell out of it before it gets produced. So I just need to make sure it's got the right kind of size to be able to go onto a 3D printer. And for most people, it needs to be as small as possible, because anything that's too bulky and hefty is just going to completely kill the machine. But like when you're doing animation and you can add like the bump maps and all that kind of layers, that level of stuff is not going to happen here. All of that is just for the animation side of things. What I sculpt as a high definition model here is the finished product, basically. So there's no rigging, there's no anything else. It's literally sculpt the model, pose the model, re-sculpt the model in pose, just to make sure that there's any kind of like fabric folds and all that kind of stuff's accounted for. And then once all that's done, we just lock it all down as a Dynamesh, as a single model, export it as an STL file, and then it goes onto people's 3D printers and they can produce it as a miniature. And they're all designed to be kind of like that size. So that's like 32mm from the foot to the eye. So that's the size that we're working with for everything here. Sorry. So that is it. So right, where's the belt? I'm doing a terrible job. I've deleted so many things I weren't supposed to delete out of this scene. It's making life hard for myself. What I'm doing. Just turn that line off so I can see what I'm doing. Right, I'm going to give her I don't know what to give her. I feel like she needs some throwing knives of some kind. She needs it is in the absence of something difficult to sculpt like chainmail, I'm deleting things that I'm not supposed to delete just to make life difficult for myself. We'll give her some small like, what do you call, what do you call, like the you know, little pointed boots, what, with the toe turn-ups, the toe curls. Can't even get me words out here. What's going on? The caffeine's clearly not taken effect yet. Back here, let's nab that. Poison vials, that'd be good, mate. Yes, nice one. Well, what I'm going to do is give her a. I'm going to give her the proper belt as well. Let's put this on her. We'll give her the belt. We might put that on her arm and strap it to her arm rather than do it as a... Hi, Elston, talk of the devil, mate. How you doing? We were just saying, I previously made the statement that there's no such thing as a silly question. Ask away and I'll do my best to answer. And then Rich thinks you're going to take that as a challenge. But I will warn you, I have not had enough sleep and caffeine to deal with anything too tricky. Go on then. Fill your boots, mate. Well, it's slightly different to the others on this one. I'm just going to give her this as a... I don't know what we call it. Hat straight or curved? I have no idea what you're talking about, mate. Oh, penguins poop in a horrendous manner, mate. Have you ever seen it? They basically do it in a mass, like it's a huge, great big circular explosion. Oh, it's disgusting. Not marking the territory. Google it. Watch a little video of it. Pretty sure you can't fart out of your nose, mate. I think that's called a sneeze. Although when you blow your nose, it can sometimes make a farty noise, but I don't think that quite qualifies. I think the fart is more about the constituent gases you're expelling, which there's no way. They're coming out your nose, you've eaten something rotten. Alright, I should have qualified and said stupid relevant question. But apart from that one, I've answered them all. Right, let's mirror. Pop this on the other side. How are we doing today anyway, mate? You working or you skiving or you just dropping in to say hello because you miss me? Or are you just here because you want a bit of ogre goodness? Oh, turds. What is going on here? I was going to say who's Pandleston, but then I read what you put, and I kind of get where you were going with it then. Oh, I don't even know what I'm doing here. I'm appending random shapes now, and it's stupid. Right, that was the one I wanted. It's because I'm under pressure as well, because I've got to get this done today and tomorrow. I need 3 models done today and tomorrow. Which I can do. Doing it's not the problem. Baby rhinos don't have horns, do they? The horns grow as they get older. So I think they'd be okay, mate. Also, mate, nature adapts. So, you know, if need be, they'll develop some kind of little hose or something like that. Was it Ian Malcolm said, nature finds a way or something like that? Yeah, mate, I'm going to be adding crossbows. So the plan is get this assassin done, get pose up and out of the way, and then I'm going to chuck 2 crossbowmen in. So I'm just pondering how to do this like punch dagger here. Not punch dagger, the hidden dagger thing. So yeah, I want these to be, normally I do like a unit at a time. But for these ones I actually want them to be, what am I doing? I want these guys to be more of a kind of a warband, if you like, than a unit. Because what I've been kind of doing is more of like the units that you would use for, you know, like a war game. So doing the guys in units of 10. But actually, I'm kind of thinking that 10 guys at the same might not be the way to go, and I'm possibly better off doing a bit of like a little bit of variety. So in a single release, do a few. A little mixture of everything basically, so you get the missile troops, and you get the you know, a couple of warriors and a leader character and stuff like that, and then that way we've got like themed war bands and stuff, rather than just having 10 guys that are equipped the same. And then also, when I release my my tabletop skirmish game, I've got all my factions ready made then, haven't I? So far we've got the mercenary company ready to go, because I've got the heavily armoured guys, we've got a couple of characters, we've got the crossbow guys, and we've got the normal sword armed dudes. So I've got a nice little mercenary faction. Then we've got the devils, we've got the bearded devils and the spine devils, we've got the actually we haven't got the imps yet, the imps are coming. The imps are coming! I just try to make sense of this banding now, and I can't remember what I'm doing. So, right, that goes down there, it comes round, wraps round. That needs to mask off here. No. Right, and then... God. That's going to mask off here, and then that is going to come down into that. That is going to wrap around then. Yeah, it's all about making them usable, mate, basically. And I mean, for you guys, I know we've got obviously we were talking about the, I can't remember what it's called now, the Warhammer warbands thing. Warcry, is it? We were talking about Warcry yesterday, or whatever it was called, as a kind of a game that you'd be able to use these kind of things in. But I really want to do a kind of a Mordheim-esque type game. So I absolutely love Mordheim. The one thing that bothered me about it was the the gangs, the warbands. I think they got a bit samey after a while. So I think what we're going to do is the Adventurers Guild. We're going to give that the you'll be able to make your warband, and you'll be able to hire like Adventurers Guild characters for it. As like I say, hired adventurers, mercenary type things. So you'll pick your core warband, and you'll add your guild to it, your guild members. Or maybe the whole warband could be comprised of guild members, and you've got an adventuring party then. So you'll have options. What kind of game would you like to play is the question. How would you like it? So I mean, obviously we've got Crystal Collapse coming as well, and that one's using like cards and dice and all that kind of stuff. So that'll be a nice, simple, easy game to play. I'm really looking forward to that one. I can't wait to the point when we can start demoing it to you as well. And then bringing you guys in on the playtesting is going to be epic. Right, so... Oops. Well, somebody made a boo-boo here, didn't they? By somebody I mean me. Not pointing any fingers. Straighten that out. Right, Elson, I've only just read a couple of your extra comments there. Rhino hose. Word of the day, yeah? So your challenge today, mate, is to go and use the phrase rhino hose in as many conversations, work related, as you possibly can. So anytime you're on the phone to a client today, you need to try and use the phrase rhino hose and then report back later. You're too special, or you just hate them. So what are you doing these days then? You just sitting around scratching your nuts? Or was it all like internal projects and stuff? Oh, nice. Yeah, all the stuff nobody else wants to do, but they tell you you're senior and give you a higher paid job. Do you know, I remember when I used to do like the SharePoint type bits and bobs at work. There was a SharePoint development team, and some of the guys there used to tell us that they had these jobs kept coming up that were being advertised, and they were literally offering like 60 grand a year, and it sounded easy, and like literally all you were doing was checking other people's code to see for to look out for, like, you know, those kind of like, oh, I've put a comma instead of a dot, or I used a forward slash instead of a backslash. Those kind of annoying little things that are going to stuff you up. And they were paying an absolute fortune for it, but apparently it's because it's the most mind-numbing job ever, and it takes a special kind of person to be able to kind of sit down and commit to doing it, because it's so bad. Oh, you balls. I've done it again. I left them out here for a reason and I've put them back in. Stupid, stupid, stupid. I just like the idea that they pay like mental amounts of money to people who are just doing like this inane job. How far off YouTubing full time are you, mate? Is that on the cards, or is it a pipe dream at the moment? I'm never sure with YouTube what the 10 years away. Fair play. Do you know what, mate? When I'm making millions out of my models and stuff, what I'll do is I'll come and employ you, and you can come and do some content for me and stuff, and you can be me web monkey, an article author. Which means it's in your best interest to start getting my helping me get my business up and running, so you're going to have to go get pimping it out, mate. Oh, which reminds me, I need to get your package down to the post office today. Wasn't the devolved Spider-Man when he actually became a spider? Oops. So, dude, are you always like this then, or are you just suffering from like delirium like I was yesterday when I started talking about donut armor, coat of donuts and stuff? Which I will say actually worked out well in the end, but there's a monkey that doesn't have to pick fleas out, he can just shoot his web and catch them. Oh, spider monkey. I quite like the videos you've been doing where you know where you're berating yourself on voiceover. They do make me laugh, those ones. Because you're surprisingly harsh to yourself as well. Alright, let's do... Yeah, he's hardcore, your narrator. Oh, come on, right. Let's get a cube. And I need a sword. Sword. That sword, that sword, that sword. So do you ever feel like you're losing your marbles when you're doing all these narrator things? Worry that he's gaining sentience or anything. Okay, so I'm just gonna let's just do a mirror and weld operation on this one to try and get it as close to centre as I can. Did not work, did it? Let's try again. Perfect. It worked. Hooray! Okay, so I'm going to merge that down now, I think. And then we'll take the boxy bit, let's bring it down to there. I want to kind of what should I do on this box? Let's just bevel the edges. I think I'm just going to you're not really going to see an awful lot of this, I don't think, because it's going to be wrapped under the bandage. Oh, that's different. A little bit of this patterning that I've been using. It's not anything in particular, it just gives a little bit of texture without actually doing any actual patterning. This in the component library is a hidden dagger. Well, guys, I was checking on the music volume in the background as well. Is that okay for you all? It's not too loud or obtrusive or anything, is it? Or is it audible enough? Oops. Just get that. Elson, just a thought, mate. Have you tried TikToking yet, or are you Are you not cool enough for that? Like me. I tried it once. I tried the. I tried doing a little video. It was just. I found it so challenging to try and make content that was that short. That people will actually bother to look at it, but it will kind of have an impact. I was wondering if you'd had any success with it. There's a few people I know have had a go, and they've kind of said even if you get the views, it doesn't really translate into sales on TikTok. Just sort the oops. Just turn the sculpture mode off here because I've got a little bit too high a resolution mesh. I'm not going to do too much work on that face because I've already got the head where I've done the mask. So what I'll do here is I'll just delete delete the hidden, and then I'm going to just gouge out the face part. Just leave the mask behind. In fact, what I'll do is I'll sake, come on. Keep missing the model and like spinning it around. Position that and let's just make it fit. Right, give me a second, I've left my phone over the outside of the room and I'll put it outside. Let's just divide that. Turn this off. That's way too intense. Let's just turn that down. It turned out that was my phone dying, by the way, so I must have just completely forgotten to put it on charge last night. When my phone started doing that thing, you know, when the charging cable drops out just a little bit, and just enough to disconnect it. I had one that did that before. I ended up getting one of those magnetic chargers, you know, the ones where you can just kind of just put the charger near the bottom of the phone, it just clicks on and then charges it. But I ended up super gluing the little plug thing in. It was quite a good hack, that was, actually. Saved me having to get a new phone for a good while at least. Let's delete the face that's on the model, the original one. Oops, shouldn't have done that. Keep the groups on. Just take the, there we go. Hey Snoyak, how you doing? Keeping well, mate. Just doing some Saracen-y type guys today. Again. So just in case you missed the previous set. Here we go. So we've got these guys. So we're going for a warband here. So we've got a Saracen theme warband. We've got 2 swordsmen. We've got a great axe guy. We've got the leader, and then we've got the big meaty ogre after yesterday's stream. Well, these are all much of a muchness. To be fair, they're all similarly equipped, with the exception that the ogre and this guy, they got a little bit of like donut coat chainmail going on. So there's a little bit of chainmail across these guys, and then the one I'm doing today is not that one, or that one, this one. So we're doing like a female assassin character. So I just need to add a few bits and bobs to her, get her shoes done, give her some hair or a hood. I'm not quite sure yet. I mean, my instinct is telling me give her a hood because Assassin's Creed. I don't really want to go for like the full coat kind of thing, so it might just end up being like a hooded cowl. Or I could just go for a ponytail and just not quite sure. I mean, what do you think? What do you think would be best? Do we go for the hood? Do we go for a cowl kind of setup, or do we just keep with the turban theme? Okay, let's give it a go, let's see how it looks. Let's try that for you. So with this, I don't want it to go all the way through, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to take that inside and mask off everything outside, centre the thing on here, the cursor, and I'm just going to shrink until there's barely anything left, and I can pull it down and bring it into the head, and that way I end up with a more solid mass of mesh to work with. So I can shape this now. Oh, God's sake, I thought I had symmetry on. Tessellation back on so we can get some stuff going on here. Boost the resolution on this a little bit, redymish, and I'll just do some strands going in. Well, you know, you give me an idea, I'll run with it and we'll see how it goes. That's the way we'll do this. You say ponytail with shaved sides, I'm going to see what I can do to make it happen. Just save it. So what are you up to today, Snow? Yeah? You working, you're hobbying, or you just chilling? What's it for you? Anything good? Anything interesting today? Let's give that a little bit of resolution. No, I'll do it again. Not even the first time I've done that today. Just annoying. What is it you do for work, Snow? Yeah? I feel like we've had this conversation, but I can't remember. Ah, kind of stuff you're selling. A bit of sales back when I was younger as well. Electricals, eh? Your Black Friday sales all wrapped up now. Successful? Done your heading? Yeah, I think everyone's a bit feeling the pinch, aren't they? Yeah, my sales not done quite as well as I was hoping it was going to do either, but I also haven't advertised it as much as I should have done either, so again, no surprises really. So I'll weaponise this ponytail and put some, I'm going to do it as a braid, which I'll put like a blade at the end, or something like a crescent blade or something. I was going to do this as a braid. So with the braid, the way I always start it is a little bit of intensity on the brush, but not too much. Go out at an angle, and we're going to go herringbone pattern. So just stagger it. So we've got a kind of a centre line here. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to stagger it there. So I want to kind of try and keep the middle of the braid at the centre line. What's on your hobby list then, mate? What you thinking of getting done? You got anything in particular? Any projects you want to be working on, or you should bag yourself some stuff in Black Friday sales? Just curving this round, following it around the other side. You can get like braid brushes. I just don't like them. Problem is they tend to be quite low resolution. So when you draw them out, they kind of come out all angular and weird. And then they have like big gaps between them. You have to like inflate them up kind of loads, and they always look a little bit not right to me as well. Stormcaster Corn Slaughter Piece. Is that the original one with the big spiky ball chain? Because I love that model. All more mercs after that. Nice. Oh mate, I don't know names. It's been so long since I've done any games workshopping. It's all eluding me now. Well, I lost track of names in the GW stuff back at Conrad von Karstein and all of those kind of ones coming out. Vampire Counts era. No, nothing after that really. Yeah, man. Yeah, I used to be really into my Warhammer Fantasy, and then when it went Age of Sigmar, I just couldn't follow it through. Never played Age of Sigmar. I picked up some bits and bobs, intending to, and then just never got round to it. I've got a little Stormcast force, and they're still plastic, and I built them. built the models. That's as far as I got. Yeah, I just lost interest in it really. You know, they change it too often. my issue is like with Games Workshop stuff is they've just as you're getting familiar like with the armies and stuff. And I had tons and tons and tons of stuff for have I inverted it? No, I had tons of stuff for it back in the day, and then somewhere along the line they rendered everything I had obsolete, and completely changed the playstyles of the armies I was using, and I just didn't like it. And then there was too much to try and learn to get back into it, and I just lost interest with it. Like I used to have, I had a Blood Angel army, I had a Tau army, I had Elder, and I had Inquisitors. They were my 40k armies, and then fantasy wise I had Vampire Counts, Skaven, and I had a big Dogs of War army at one point. Yeah, to be honest, it was more about the way the game plays and stuff like that. So I used to just be able to go down and just play games like no problem and stuff, and then having to go back and try and like relearn like phases and everything else. And I'm talking, God, the last edition of 40k I played, it was, I think it was when Black Templars first came out. What was the old box set they did that had the Black Templars in? Because that was the one I was playing when Tau were first released. You know what I mean? Like back then. It's going back a good while. Before they started introducing all like the super heavy tanks and things like that. In fact, it was probably about the time. Do you remember? Was it Armageddon? They did Armageddon, and it was the one where it was kind of like no matter what armies you got, just throw them all on the floor and play a massive, great big game that everything just dies in minutes. All these units you spent months and months painting and getting looking nice, we're going to put them on a table and then we're going to kill them with a template weapon the size of a dinner plate that just means instant death. Auto save again. There you go, I'm pretty happy with that. Now, what do we reckon weapon-wise? Let's just... delete the internals on this one. Delete hidden close holes. Curved daggers, absolutely, yes. Let's do that. Curved daggers, a few throwing knives, and let's see. inch down, there we go. Going to reset the music back because it's a little bit later on. I'd like to roll over and go on to something that's not Twitch approved and get my stream blocked. I think I might actually, just on these one, on this one. No worries. I'm going to put you on a BRB in a minute and go and grab a little bit of something to eat from the house because I'm a little bit Marvin this morning. Right, catch you a bit Snayak. Have fun, mate. Thanks for dropping in again. Cheers, man. Just clean up the edges of this. This fits in nicely. Right, there we go. So I'm going to give her a dagger, a nice big curved sword dagger type thing. I'm going to give her a couple of poison vials. Let's get that one on now. Let's do that straight away. Oh, that was in there. That one. On a leg here. What I'll do is I'll put a strap around the leg. Just drop these onto the belt. It's got a few throwing knives on the back of the belt there. Is that the right place for them to be? I'll do for now. So I'm going to hang the sword, the knife off the belt here. Put a little pouch on a belt. It's like, I don't know, like a poison powder or something like that. Maybe a little bag of caltrops or something like that. Emily. Oh. It's Fate's Grip. Thank you for the raid. How are you doing? How's your stream been? It's good evening, Emily. It's lunchtime here for me, actually. How was your stream today, Fate's Grip? What were you up to? Anything nice? Anything you want to share? I'm going to apologise now because I'm really rubbish here and I don't have all of like the what do you call it, set up, all of the nice little bots so I can type in and share all of your Twitch stream. But if you'd like to ping it in, then absolutely feel free to drop it in the chat. And I need to do better and try and get that kind of thing set up. D&D night, fantastic. How did it go? Productive? Good bit of fun for everyone? Thank you. I'll tell you what, I'll show you, for all of you guys who have just dropped in, let me just show you what I'm working on. So, I've been working through Descent into Avernus for a while now. And I've come across... Ah, does that work, does it? Let me try then. Cast, shout it out. It's... Let's see if it works. It's better than a kick in the nuts, but... Yeah, so basically the Descent into Avernus campaign, I've got to a point in there where we've encountered the Knights of the Shield. So we've got the Shield of the Hidden Lord, which contains some kind of like demon spirit or something. These guys worship it. They're a kind of a cult, but when they're introduced in the game, they're given kind of like Middle Eastern Arabic type names. So rather than do kind of like knights and kind of European type themes like I've done in the past for things like the Flaming Fist and those kind of guys, I decided to give these like a bit of a Saracen vibe. So they've got the eye insignia as a kind of a I want to call it a heraldry, but well, insignia is the right word, isn't it? But that's a kind of a commonality across the board. So everybody's got that. And we've got the leader here at the front. Then we've got two swordsmen. We've got this guy who's multicoloured at the moment with a big great axe, and then this behemoth of an ogre that I made on yesterday's stream. So that was 6.5 hours of sculpting donut mail that just wiped me out basically. So I'm lagging a little bit today, so I do apologise if I'm muddling up my words and getting confused, but the latest edition we're just doing now is an assassin to go to the group. These don't actually all feature in the campaign, but I thought while I was making them I quite enjoyed the look of them. So I'm just making them a little bit more... let me say. Just making them a little bit more usable by making them into a warband. So if you've got that need to harass your player party, or if you're playing a game like Mordheim or Frostgrave or something like that, it's a bit more, you know, a little bit more kind of skirmish based, and you want a kind of a thematic warband, then it's a good option for you then. So, right, that's the pouch. This is a pouch of like caltrops or poison powder or something like that. It's got a few poison vials on a leg. Just need to put a strap around the leg, so let's just do that. If anybody's got any questions, honestly, there's no such thing as a daft question here, so just fire away. So these are, in case anybody's not sure, they are going to be miniatures. They're not like, you know, video game characters or renders or anything else. They're going to be 3D printed, and I sell them as resin miniatures and as STL files, so they'll be kind of available to people to drop into your own games. Add a little bit of geometry to that, just so I've got a little bit of something to work with. Trousers, let's just sharpen these up a bit because they're looking a bit rough, letting her down. One of the things I do on this stream, by the way, if you're all new to it, the design decisions I do put out to you guys. So if you've got any ideas or anything you really like to see, or you want me to incorporate any likenesses or anything else into this model, then, you know, fire it up, shout it out, and I'll see what I can do. Just smooth out the bottom of the legs here. Now this isn't going to be, I've got a poser yet, so this is just getting the rough shapes in place. I won't do all the final fabric folds and creases and things like that until we get the legs and everything all done. The leg. It's me getting ahead of myself. Until I've got the what do you call it? The pose in place. Okay, let's just delete hidden there, close holes. Add some cuffs to the bottom of the trousers. Let me just smooth the bottom of them off. Oh, there we go. So do you guys all use minis in your game then, or are you just kind of pen and papering it? Okay, so she's looking pretty nifty now. I'm quite happy with the way she's shaping up. Do need to sort out the ponytail, but I'm not doing that until she's posed because there's too much sculpting involved in it, and it's going to have to all be undone. I'll just save it quickly, and I'll need to make a big curved dagger. But before I do that, I am going to have to quickly just run off for a quick rest break. So I'm just going to pop you on a BRB, and I'll be back in just a couple of minutes with a snack and a fresh cuppa, I think. So give me a second, and I'll be with you shortly, guys. Okay. Right, guys, thank you for sticking around. Garly, right, thank you very much. When it's printed, it's got to be added colour. Yeah, so we paint the miniatures when they're done. So a little bit of acrylic paint usually does the job. So I'm going to do a few painting streams at some point as well, because I love painting. I paint all my own stuff. So I've been a miniature painter for 34 years now. So I started when I was 5 years old. So I've grown up with it. It's my kind of primary hobby, if you like. So the sculpting kind of came as a byproduct of like miniature wargaming, painting miniatures and converting them, and then that led me into sculpting and converting and doing sculptures. So yes, no worries. You're gonna miss this now because obviously you're off praying now. Rich, back on YouTube, you deviant. While I sorry the horses. What are you doing to the horses? Yeah, we need. The plan is we want to do it as a kind of an RPG tabletop game. So it's been the plan all along. Really, it's been there for about 3 years in the background in development. But because all my time is spent on this, I don't really have time to work on it so much. But it is there. It's around in the background. Draganacor, thank you for the follow. So, oh god, what am I doing? So yeah, the warband is Richard Blackeye. Thank you. Welcome to the stream as well. Hood would be cool, cow would be more thematic. Was all this chat just kind of bombed in all in one go? Because it seems to be answers to questions I asked a long time ago that everybody seems to be dropping in all in one go. Like there's been a bit of a delay dropping stuff in from YouTube. So I do apologise if that is the case and I've missed all your comments, sorry. Okay, let's just get to sword, wasn't it, for this guy, for this lady? So she needs a big curved dagger. Nice big mug of hot tomato soup for my lunch break. Okay, so let's. Oh no, there's not a knife in there. Oh, there is. Let's just auto group that. Oh no, that's not what I was hoping to see. Right, so what I'm going to do. Good big curve on it, so it's got a bit of. Oh no, I've done it again. Put a good bit of curve on. so let's just slice the size down here. Let's do a group polish and bump the resolution up a touch. Okay. Let's mirror it and well. That was not what I wanted to do. Neither was that. Mirror and then weld. There we go. So I've now got a curved knife with a. It's going to just straighten the back a bit, so the back is flat. Curved knife with a straight back, and now I just need to run a bevel all the way around. So I'm just going to use my trim brush. And with the dynamic, with the symmetry on, what I trim on this side is basically going to line up to that middle line. So this is where I'm running my bevel for the blade. Stuff that one up a bit. Let's just come back into this, isolate this bevel. I'm going to use the H polish tool now to just further refine that. So running down that edge. If I go too far with this, it's going to end up too thin on that on the edge. So I just need to just monitor it and maintain it. I want to try and make sure that that bevel is kind of an equal depth and equal distance all the way through. Just use my move tool just to kind of give that a little bit of a more even curve. Right, that looks suitably vicious and assassin-y. Let's copy that, drop it into my assassin model file, paste. Bit big, isn't it? Let's turn my symmetry off so it doesn't do any weird stretching. Richard, the assassin is not the last one. There's 2 crossbow guys going to be going added into the group, and I might make one of them female just to keep the balance. In fact, at some point, in fact, no, you know, I'll just make them both male. I'll keep the female as the assassin for now, and then I might come back in and do a set of female counterparts as another theme if people want them. So again, just to give you a little bit of background for this for me, I actually sculpted models in green stuff. for about 20 odd years. I've been sculpting minis, and it started off as like conversions that became more elaborate, and then grew into like full miniatures. And this was before like digital sculpting was like a thing, and you know, it was way back before Facebook and all that kind of stuff. And then I kind of moved into doing digital sculpts off the back of that, around about 2010. So I've been doing this since then, but I sculpt now a very similar way to how I used to sculpt in green stuff. So I still do everything very manually. So when you see a lot of people will take these off and they'll go into like Maya or something like that, and then they'll do like poly modelling and extrusions and things like that to kind of create the basic shapes and forms. I literally I'll just carve everything in ZBrush and sculpt it all, like properly sculpt it all, if you like. So you won't see any kind of like external processes with me apart from like supports. Obviously supports get done in Lychee for me. That hand, do I keep them? No. Let's split the hands off. And did I keep them? Yes, I kept them in there. Here we go. Brilliant. Yeah, the donut mail was hand. If you watched yesterday's stream, yeah, if you watch yesterday's stream, you'll see me going into a state of delirium, like throughout the process of it, because it was literally one by one. I sculpted a little hole, and then created a ring around it. Then did the next one and overlapped the ring, and then the next one and overlapped it, and again and again and again, and I ended up. I ended up doing this. Oh, that's not the one. Where was he? No. Let me just quickly save it because it's crashed when I've done this before. Might be this one here. Yeah, there you go. And you can see the donuts I sculpted. I ended up colouring them as well, so they were donut coloured, giving them all pink icing. So that was the state I ended up in by the end of doing this. But if I isolate that mesh there, you can kind of see the strokes and stuff like that. So this was all. It looks quite rough up close, but again, the point of all of this is to be 3D printed and working on a miniature. So I know if I do realistic chainmail, it might look lovely in a render and nice and subtle as a detail, but by the time it gets onto a miniature, it's not going to come through. You really have to exaggerate it to, you know, ridiculous proportions, i.e. a coat of donuts, to get it to come through onto the miniature. But I'm overall happy with the way it's shaped up, to be fair. Because there's loads of different techniques for sculpting chainmail, but I've never really been happy with any of them in terms of the overall effect. So yeah, it's nice to have something that is, you know, a fairly close. Fairly close to what I'm I'm happy with, but I've got control over where it goes and where it joins and how it interlinks back. With the kind of the surface noise ones, you have to use UV unwraps, and depending on how curved the surface is, the UV wrap can end up going round, which kind of takes the texture off on a tangent. So imagine the texture wants to run straight to be aligned perfectly, but when you have a mesh, when the UV kind of comes out as like a banana shape or something like that, the chainmail direction is going to change as the thing wraps around. So by the time the two ends of the UV come back together, one end's going like this and the other end's coming in like this. So you've got this, it doesn't like tie up properly. So you have to find creative ways to hide that join if you're going to do that. And if you want more of the chainmail to be on display and visible, then for me, sculpting it is the only real way I'm going to be able to do it. Yeah, not the older style proportions, but it's still. Yeah, these will be 32mm scale, so they'll be a little bit larger. But yeah, again, like I say, when you print them as a miniature, you know, they come out they're that big, and anything short of what I've done there donut wise, it's not going to pick up any ink. You're not going to be able to dry brush it, and whenever I paint chainmail, it's always paint it black, dry brush it with silver, and you've got a nice bit of chainmail on a model. And if you can't do that, it doesn't really, to me, it doesn't look like chainmail. You need to have those little black holes showing through. So it's yeah, it's a matter of choice and style for me, as much as anything. But like I say, I'm coming at it from the point of view of you know, a 34 year miniature painter. So everything I sculpt, I'm always thinking about how am I going to paint it, what do I need to do to make sure it can be seen on the model, etc, etc. So there's always that thought process that's going into it all. I am gonna flip this round and turn it backwards, I think. What do you reckon? Forward grip on the sword or backwards grip? Yes, 32 is just a little bit. It still kind of fits with your 28mm and whatnot, but it's just a little bit easier to paint, to get the nice details and stuff. But if you're printing it yourself, you can scale it easy enough. I tend to allow enough fat on the model to get away with at least a little bit of scaling down to at least 28mm. I think I've got a few actually that are here that I should have a couple of models that I've printed in 28mm just as a scale check. So here we go. The female archer is 32mm and the guy in the robes is 28. So you can see there's not a huge deal in it, but she is bigger. Yeah, and I say it a lot, but I think a lot more sculptors need to take to painting their models. Hey, no worries, mate. Was I replying to your comments? Yeah, I've come back from a BRB to a flood of YouTube comments in the stream. But they all seem to relate back to questions and like conversations we had earlier on. So it looks like YouTube just had a bit of a lag in terms of like feeding the comments in, unfortunately. So apologies to you guys viewing on YouTube that missed a bit of engagement there. And thank you very much, Rich. You think we go back sword like that? So I'm gonna pose her in a kind of like wide leg, bent knees, probably the curved sword to the side, kind of like that, and then the blade. I'll do her arm outstretched with a hand like that kind of thing. Bit Spider-Man-y. So she's got the she'll have a Spider-Man type look about her hand, but it'll be the blade coming through. It's just like she's ready to attack rather than actually attacking. Right, I think I'm ready to pose her now. She's got enough details, I think. Let's get her. Oh, hang on. I just need to add a few little cylinders to that belt at the back, just so there's something for those knives to stick into, so they're not just floating. How's the dog doing anyway, Rich? Oops. Yeah, I think 2 hours ago would probably be about right for the skirmish game chat. Right, let's get this lady posed in a second. Let me just get that divided a touch. There we go. Right, I'm gonna give her a scarf afterwards. She's gonna have a scarf around her neck, but I'm gonna do that once she's posed. So I need the ruler. Right, let's merge visible. I'll tell you what, Zebrus loves auto-saving. What other animals you got then? I saw you mention horses. Let's go find her now, where she is. Oh, yeah, there she is. Right, let's just get right, I'm gonna try to dynamesh it and bring the bring the poly count down a touch. I've just got a tortoise in the back garden is all. She's hibernating at the moment though. Dotty, her name is. She's a little Herman, she's about the size of a pucker pie. Okay, I'm going to try now. Bump the resolution. I can't remember where I need it to be. Let's go for 816 and see if I'm anywhere near the mark. I'm going to go groups and dynamesh, and hopefully I'm looking at her face. I don't want to see the face change. And it hasn't, so I've won. Brilliant. Okay, cool. So I can pose her comfortably now. She's a lot more lightweight in terms of her actual poly count. So let's get this. Oh god, what's going on? Alright, auto group first. So I'd copied some tools over from one side to the other, and they start disappearing when you do it. Then when you start posing, you isolate something on one side and then something else disappears that you never meant for it to go. And my wife finally warmed up to our Christmas tree as well. She no longer hates it, which is obviously a big bonus. And for those of you who missed the chat yesterday, we bought a Christmas tree that was supposed to be a narrow Christmas tree, a slimline one, and when we cut the wrapping off it, it was somewhere in the region of about 3 meters wide. So I had to do a little bit of hacking and slashing and pruning and stuff like that to try and make it palatable and usable. How's that look for the arm there at front? Yeah, Dottie's an ace pet. She's a really low maintenance, which is a good thing. But she's just quite interesting, you know. You just have to like get her out, let her have a little run around the garden. But she's an escape artist, and I say you don't realise how fast turtles can move until you've got one as a pet. Everyone goes on about, you know, the turtle and the hair and all that kind of stuff. Everyone expects tortoises to be really slow. They ain't. She's a mover, man. Weird going on there with that hair, isn't there? I'm just going to isolate all of this stuff. So I'll split that for a second, and I want to just kill that silly bit of whatever that is. Yeah, no mate, I'm there. I sculpt everything, so there's no rigging or anything on any of my stuff. So I literally will physically pose the model, bending the joints and stuff, and then what I'll do afterwards, I'll come back and I'll do a sculpting pass over it. So the sculpting pass will literally be anywhere where there's like back of the knees, for example, where there's like folds and stuff in the cloth. What I'll do is I'll come back in, smooth all that out, re-sculpt all of the fabric to like create the creases in the cloth properly, so it's consistent with the movement she's got. And then obviously if we've got any kind of like physics forces or any kind of environmental factors, so we've got like dynamic movement, you've got like kind of like billowing bits of cloth or hair or whatever else, that all gets sculpted in that pass as well. But the meshes are so high density, they're not really designed to be rigged and animated, and when you do try and do that, it can get a bit laggy. So unless I was trying to repose something multiple times, I don't think I'd even attempt to try and rig. It's just more effort than it's worth. Yeah, that's it, and it's it's part of the sculpting process, and you do see a lot of people on like these Kickstarters and things where they've roughed out or they've done a model digitally, and you can always tell when it's done by somebody who is an animator by trade rather than a sculptor, because when you get an animator doing them, they get the models, they pose the models, and then that's kind of, it stops there, and you don't have all of that kind of you know, the creasing and stuff. They've topologized the model to allow it to be animated as they normally would, and then when they pose it, you don't get that final sculpting pass. But I tend to find that looks a little bit flat and wooden. So I say it's not what I would typically do. I'm just contemplating changing something here. And I don't know how significant of a change it's going to end up being. I put this sword here, this belt here like this, because I was going to originally put her I'm going to lose the belt. That's what I'm going to do. I was going to do something else with it, but I'll just lose the belt instead. Let's delete hidden there. Oops. I'm going to take these knives and I'm going to tuck them into the cloth belt. Isn't going to work, so I'm going to lose that and that. I'm just going to position these one at a time. Done that. I was going to do the same on these, so I'm just going to shrink these two knives down a little bit, because their throwing knives are actually quite a bit big for what they're supposed to be. and we want to make sure that there's contact between this cloth and that knife handle, because otherwise I've got to try and support that, and it's going to be super thin because it's been such a small knife. Just don't fancy doing it. So just do that there, and then that's fine because I can have support to that, and that's not an issue. So let's just swing that there. There we go. Right then, so that belt is done. Let's do legs. So I'm going to position my movement widget up here, line it up to the hip joint as close as I possibly can. Don't worry about all the distorted stretching stuff going on between the legs on the trousers, because I'm going to come back in and sculpt that out. Let's mask off to the knee. Soften the mask a few times by double tapping. Then we'll bring the widget up to the knee joint again, as close to the knee as I can manage. Okay, I'm not going to quite call that done yet, but so we do the same again on this side. I'm going to mask off the trousers here. I'll take these, but I also want to take this stuff this time because this is attached to a leg. Okay, so let's get the mask inverted again. Let's position this. Right, to do this leg. Tell you, some of these poses, that when you haven't got the arms and stuff done in the right way, or you're trying to figure out the pose, you can end up with some really bizarre looking poses. So whenever you're lining up a joint, best thing to do is, and I mean like a joint as in like an ankle joint, you line it up from one side there, and then you have to switch around to the front side. You want to make sure that your position is correct on both counts. go. So when I come to do this now, what I want is I want to make sure that foot is sitting on this line, because I can use that as a reference point. Okay, so I'm going to merge the head back on. So next thing I need to do is I'm going to remask off the legs. Just hide all of this. What I'm going to do, I'm just going to position the cursor so it's here at the hip joint again. And I'm just going to lean her forward, so she's got a little bit of a, she's leaning into the pose. And now I'm going to take the take the belt, sorry. I'm going to hide the belt. And I'm just going to use my masking tool to just mask straight through where the belt was. Okay, now I'm just going to take all of the bits that I need to make sure are still masked. Let's unmask the knives. Let's mask all of that and mask the blade. Okay, so now I'm going to rotate the upper torso, the upper body, just a touch. And then we'll move the head. I'm just going to mask the neck off. Move my cursor up a touch. And the head tilting this way. Now this ponytail, let's deal with that. Okay, so let's split it. Let's save, and I'm going to duplicate it just in case. Hide the one. Okay, so there's this little cog at the top here. So I'm going to go to this cog and I'm going to switch it out to something else. Let's see what we can do. Try bend curve maybe. I think that might be just the ticket. Tell you what, I think I'll use that one again. except for the mess it's made of this end piece, it's not been too bad. Let's try again with a little. Let's try it with less to start with. Let's try less nodes at the beginning. Okay, so we move the bottom out first. What has happened there? Right. So less nodes first. Okay, so for no, get lost. What's going on? No, why is it doing that? Do you know what? Let's do something different. It's not working. Go away. No, here we go. Right, let's make it work. Let's make it work. Let's persevere. Let's add a layer of detail here. Okay, let's try that. Let's go with that. I just want it to touch the arm, so I'm just going to bring it in. I want it to loop around enough that it's contacting the bracer there. Just so it's not completely free hanging and whatever. Okay, so next thing to do is we're going to just tidy up some of these dodgy meshes. So I'm going to split hidden on that one just to keep the trousers, just save it. So I'm just going to smooth this out first, and then I'm just going to do a bit of sculpting pass on it. Oh, Richard saw your thing there. So your missus had a Herman's tortoise, did she? The best pet I ever had, going back years now, this was, I had a marmoset. It's a cool little pet. If you don't like spiders, they're a fantastic thing to have in the house. But it is like having a child. They really are. You know, they need a lot of attention, a lot of love and attention, and kind of. There's a friend of my aunt's who was a bit of an addict. She got a small 1-bedroom flat on a council estate, and in this flat she'd got parrots, rabbits, cats, dogs, all these kind of like pets, and also the marmoset. And she came around to our house the one day with that, and she was sat there with a marmoset on her shoulder, wearing a fluffy pink Barbie dressing gown, and I kind of reached to stroke it, and it kind of recoiled in like fear. It didn't seem right at all. Do you know what I mean? Everything about it just felt wrong. And basically, she was on a cash grab. So she was after money, and she kind of like offered me the monkey, if you like. Not a euphemism or anything here. This is like genuine monkey. Offers me the monkey. So I think I was about 18 at the time. So I was in work. I had nothing better to spend my money on other than like miniatures. So I bought this monkey off her. Gave it to my sister. And it was basically just save it from what seemed to be a lifestyle where it was like neglected and abused or whatever. And it turned out to be a fantastic little pet. It used to sit in a yucca plant. Used to sit in this yucca plant in the corner of the living room, watching like television, and it loved Trisha, like the chat show. It's a bit like if you're not familiar with it, if you're in the States, it's like an English version of like what was it now, Jerry Springer back then. And he used to sit in this yucca plant, and he'd just open his mouth and scream sometimes. And it's when he wanted attention, basically. He'd screech for attention, and usually it was because he wanted to go to bed or whatever. And he'd be sat on our yucca plant watching telly, and we had an old English sheepdog called Oscar at the same time. So we've got Boo Boo the marmoset and Oscar the sheepdog, and Oscar would be walking around the house pacing and whatever, and then Boo Boo would be in his yucca plant. And then the first time this ever happened, the dog absolutely was beside itself, didn't know what was going on. But he walked past the yucca plant. We'd ignored him a couple of times with his screeching, and Oscar went past the yucca pacing around the living room, and Boo Boo dropped out of his tree onto the dog's head and proceeded to ride the dog around like some kind of like cavalry mount. And it was just bizarre, but it became a regular occurrence then. We'd have the monkey riding around on the dog. It was Aisha, and he used to sit there, and you'd see us. Well, you wouldn't see it. He'd spot it miles before you. He used to eat like bugs and stuff, but you used to see like a spider. You know when you get the big spiders crawling across the skirting boards, and this spider would go through, and it'd be like one of the ones, the kind of one that would make my mum jump up and down and scream about. And he'd see these spiders well before you saw them, and he'd jump down, he'd run across, and he'd just reach out, grab it, and shove it in his mouth. And you'd look at him, and he'd look at you, and then he'd chew, and this little leg would be sticking out of his mouth, wiggling, and he'd just suck it back in. Like you knew he'd got one, but you'd never see it before him. Eyes of a hawk and things like that. But yeah, from pest control point of view, they were brilliant. And I used to work in a pub at the time. I was working in a social club, and I had like people there obviously knew that I'd got this pet monkey, and they used to insist I took it in. So I'd be there pulling pints with the little monkey on my shoulder, we used to put him in like a ferret harness, so he didn't like run off or anything like that. So I'd be sitting there like with this ferret harness like strapped to my wrist, and he'd be sitting on my shoulder, and I'd just be pulling pints with the marmoset there. My only regret was obviously not knowing about them beforehand. They're very sociable animals, and like I wished we could have got him a mate, or at least some some company of his own kind, if you like. But we found a breeder up in Scotland, but basically they said he was too. We didn't know how old he was, you see. And they said he might have been like too long, kind of, you know, on his own. So he might not mesh well with the other, like another monkey. But yeah, one of the best pets I've had, actually. He was friends with the dog though. He had a good mate with Oscar. But yeah, he used to just take himself to bed. Whenever it was bedtime, he used to just get on the get on the dog, ride the dog to the bottom of the stairs, and then he'd take himself off upstairs to his he got like a little teepee in my sister's room, and he used to go into his teepee and just take himself to bed. And then in the morning when we try and wake him up, it was like trying to get a grumpy teenager out of bed. You put your hand into his teepee, you'd have to like scoop him out of the thing, and he'd be grabbing back onto the thing, trying to pull himself back into his bed. I don't even know if you can have marmoset as a pet now. It's going back, you know, 20 years, I suppose. It is 20 years, God, it's been that long. I'm just polishing up some of these creases on the trousers just to kind of, while I tell you marmoset anecdotes. Just polishing up the trousers here just to get it looking nice. Get it painting nice, importantly. Yeah, man, you need one for your little entourage of animals, man. Marmoset riding a horse would be amazing. We used to just give him the free run in the house. He never had like a cage or anything. He just lived in the house with us. So we'd take him outside in the back garden. He'd go around like rummaging for grubs and eating spiders and bugs in the garden. Do you know what? Actually, yeah, you should do. They look like little old men marmosets too. They are cute animals. We used to give them bananas sometimes, like Sharon fruit and things like that. I think you forget sometimes how small these little creatures are. I mean, with like a furry wristwatch, like, you know, kind of like no bigger. In fact, squirrel would be bigger than him. But like, if I got this mug here, I could stick him inside the mug and he'd just be sitting there with his head peeking out. And we used to give him like marshmallows and Sharon fruit and things like that. And he used to like have a few nibbles off it. And you kind of think, like, you know, it's like me having a what do you call it? Me having like him having a banana would be like me trying to eat a mattress. It's like, you know, it's ridiculous, like oversized for him. So he only needs a little bit. So we used to give him a big chunk of banana. You know, the equivalent of eating a pillow, if you like. And he'd be sitting there with his banana. He'd take a few bites out of it, finish it, and then he'd just like gnaw at the end until it all went all soggy and everything like that, and then try and hump the hell out of the soggy bit. He was terrible for that. He'd gnaw holes in sticks. Basically any food you gave him was fair game after he'd eaten what he wanted. We used to get branches, and we used to like put branches around to try and, like, you know, give him something to like climb up around on, and he'd gnaw holes in them and do them. So that was kind of what prompted the thoughts about getting him a little lady friend, but alas, was never to be. So I get the front part of this now. I'll tell you what, I am absolutely freezing today. Let's put some movement into this. So we'll just move that way. Let's just trim that off. Yeah, so if anybody needs to make a familiar for their D&D characters, I recommend a horny little marmoset who likes to hump his dinner. You can do away with the bard in the party then. See, you don't get stories like that on other people's streams, do you? Oh, it's iced up already then. We haven't had anything like that yet. I'm waiting for it because I'm trying desperately to convince my little one to put her coat on. Like she's just now like conceded to wear a coat, but like I'm trying to wrap her up in woolly hats and stuff like that. She's having none of it. She'll have a coat, but she doesn't want it done up. And no way you're getting her to wear a hat. She's a lunatic. There's something weird up there going on. I can see it by hand. I'll tell you say about the frost as well. Even weirder than frost and whatever else, I have still got strawberries flowering in my vegetable planter outside. What's that about? What do they even think they're doing? Strawberries should be long gone by now. Wimbledon they're supposed to go. Someone needs to tell the strawberries that. You can be summoning the horny monkey. Do you know what? It should be a bard that's been transmogrified or whatever, transmuted into the monkey. Where's that one coming from? Who's Barry? I know what you mean, I'm just messing. Oops. I've got raspberries and blackberries. It's like my garden doesn't know what season we're in. I've only just got rid of all the apples actually. I had to chop the apple tree down. It was getting out of control. Not all of it, like, you know, just pruning it like, but it was a severe pruning. Oh, you bastard. It's been a while since that one's happened, hasn't it? Let's load it up and we'll see where my quick saves picked it up. I know I hadn't saved that long ago though. I just felt like I was due for one, you know what I mean? It's been too long sculpting without a crash. Oh look, we've got a timeout on here. No, well, that's a miniature though. That's an illustration. That one is. Yeah, I know. Right, Kingsguard helm is corrupted. Well, that is possibly one of the things that's caused this. So I've lost that much at all, have I? It's just that back bit. I can live with that. Well, let me just go and kill the offender. So I want to remove some of the excess weight of this file, because I think what's happened is the file's got so big now, it's starting to struggle. Septim, thank you very much. Let me just delete that one. Let's keep that. Come back to her in a minute. That's a pack of heads, I'll keep that because I might need that in a minute. I think everything else can stay actually, it's just I had all those residual ogre bits I loaded in that are surplus to requirement. Let's come back to the pose version of her. Right, here we go then. So, yeah, so we're just doing a tidy up, aren't we, on this now? Let's just we'll just split that from everything else. I was going to come back to this bit, just get that sorted. Just unmask that. Let's just do a little bit of pulling and pushing and pulling on that. Let's do a bit of smooch. Smooth out all the wrinkles and creases and stuff I've created already. Let's get back and add them in now. Okay, so let's just polish this first. 800 odd is fine. There we go. Now I just need to take the dynamic tessellation off so I can do this properly. So low intensity, high draw size. We're going to add the creases to the fabric like that. Not too fussed about it going through, that's something I can live with. Let's do the back as well. When it goes through on something like this that's visible from the other side, it actually helps because it creates like a two-way pull. We'll just nudge that little bottom bit there. Pull in here. Okay, happy with that. Let's just make sure it doesn't come through the trousers. We'll increase my draw size just a touch, the Z intensity size. It's going to come down from here, put a few creases at the top. I still need to move that money bag actually, because I never actually repositioned that after I got rid of the belt. Money bag, caltrop bag, you know what I mean. whatever we're going to use it for, or whatever she's going to use it for. Oh, I've still got the gammy hand as well now though. So Esmir, what are you up to today? Are you working or having a bit of a skive? Bit of hobby time perhaps? She had a prisoner, you know, mate. Golf ball in a sock. There you go. You thinking lob them on the floor and have people like rolling around like lunatics? Oh, that was a fail. Total fail. I moved the whole thing instead of copying it. Oh, my bum has gone to sleep again. I saw a D&D hack the other day, and I can't remember what class you need to be to execute it now, but it involved some kind of, I can't remember if it was staff of levitation. No, it was some kind of storm staff or something like that, storm wand. You create a tornado and like throw everything into the air. You have to turn yourself into an air elemental, so you're immune to everything. And then you have to do some kind of like summon a cloud of flies, summon a swarm of insects. So you summon this swarm of insects, turn yourself into an air elemental, get right up above in the air above everything else, and then you transmute all of the insects into elephants. So the swarm that contains something like 2.5 million flies now contains 2.5 million elephants falling from the sky onto all the enemies, and it doesn't affect you because you're an air elemental flying around in the sky. So if you can figure that one out, you're welcome to it. Oh, for God's sake, again. I'm hoping it auto-saved while I was yakking them. This is going to be a thing on this one, I know it is. Twice Dragon Core. It did, I've got the quick save here. Oh god. Did I go weeks and weeks and weeks and it doesn't do it at all, and then all of a sudden it just like spams them out at me. I thought I'd saved it because of the getting rid of the corrupted file that I thought was causing the problem. But clearly I was wrong. Oh, for God's sake. It does not like that mesh, does it? Something about that scarf it really does not want to deal with. Oh man. Let's cross my fingers now. So I'm going to dynamesh before I do anything else on this one. Auto groups again. Dynamesh. Save. There we go. Hopefully I can sculpt unhindered now. Sometimes when you try and sculpt next to the edge of something, you have to it kind of wants to not do what you want it to, and sometimes you can make it happen. You just have to be a little bit more like here. See how it's disappearing off the edge. Come on, you just have to be a little bit lighter with the stroke. If you're too like forceful with it, it just refuses. I'm trying to work around his hair. I could have just hidden it, shouldn't I? Right, something claggy going on with the neck here. Let me just sort that out. It feels wrong. intensity. Let's do a few scars on the side of her head. Let's get that on actually. Let's do a few of these here. Yeah, ZBrush can be such a turd sometimes. It's a fantastic bit of kit when it works, but God, it is also a never-ending source of frustration. Realign the wrists. Hey, YouTube bots are back in the chat. Sort this out for the second time today. Getting there. Not much further now. Hair is the next big task, I think. Just sort this little lacy bit out. Just going to add the smooth out this little fold over in the boot and add a few little creases just down here. I can smooth out the creases on the outside then. Okay. Just going to move the top of her thigh into her bum a bit more. And what I'll do is I'll have to blend all of the body parts together. quick save. Hey, no worries, mate. Fingers crossed it will be. I should only be about another 20 minutes on this. I've just got to do a scarf around her neck, and then I can drop her and sort out the hair, and then she's ready to rock. So thanks for joining me again all day, Rich. Keeping me company for however many hours it's been. And I'll be streaming again tomorrow, because I'm a glutton for punishment. And hopefully better rested and whatnot then. So, see you then, mate. And I hope the little man's alright. Little dog at least. Let's put a little knot on the back. down. Okay, so we're just going to get this hair sorted out now. So I'm going to use the clay build-up. I'm just going to make sure all of these strands are going in the same direction as the actual braids are. I'm starting with a light tap and then adding pressure as we go on, and what that will do is it will mean it will feather out. So the middle bit here will be much lighter. And then as we get into the middle there, it's going to expand and get fatter. So for this purpose, it's important to keep everything directional whenever you do hair. And they don't have to be big, long, like flowing strokes, but they do need to be in the same direction. I actually learned how to do braids when I was doing it was a plaited loaf, food technology at secondary school. And I remember how to do it from there. And then now with Willow around, she has me do her hair all the time for her for school and stuff. So I have to do her little braids for school. Like I say, I learned it on bread. Because as you can tell, I get a lot of practice doing it on my own hair. I'm getting to a point now where these are going to start pulling through to the other side, I think. So I just need to make sure. What's checking, guys? The wife's calling me. I think she's going to pick the kids up from school. My wife just going off to get the kids from school. Okay, so I'm just going to add a few strands just to imply. I'm not actually sculpting the whole strands in there. I'm just doing it at the front ends, just to again just give it a little bit of a hint, if you like. Oops. So I'm going to soften that leading edge and then add these strands in. When I get further down, I won't do it at all. So. Okay, and then the only thing that's left to do is the tassel on the end. So let's add a little cylinder. Let's save it because I don't want to have to go and do that again. Hey, it doesn't take long, mate. Work quite fast these days. Just do that. And I'm just going to go and throw a tassel on, and I think I can. Oh no, I just need to just do a little bit of smoothing on the body here. Bring the anatomy back together in the arms, into the chest. But she's done then, I think. Just got a tassel tool I need to add. Isn't it? So it's going to mask to there, group masked, remove it, delete it, close hold, and then on the end of this, draw one of these. Whoops, did not mean to do that. there we go. Right, let's get the anatomy bit done. Quick save. Right, split hidden. Take my groups off and just dynamesh these things together. Okay, let's do that and there and there. Don't need to worry about the rest of it. Here I'm just going to do a little bit of smoothing. Nothing mega, and I think I can actually get away with that now. I think I've positioned it so I don't really need to do much more. The only thing I need to sort here is this. Let's just get that one in. I just need to adjust the position of it a touch because it's going to be what is going on here? Why is this trying to move anything else? Must be a little pixel somewhere with the yeah, no worries mate, no worries. I think I've got a little pixel somewhere that's got sharing a poly group and it's pulling it over to the side basically. So it's just Done. Finished. Happy with that. This can work well. Let me just get her copied. I need to put the ruler in. Let's just do merge. Let's just merge everything in. Merge down and no, not one. Yeah, merge down and that one. Yeah. And again. Right, there we go. One finished. That's in. Oh, hang on. Getting ahead of myself here, aren't I? Smooth that wrist in. It's not quite finished. Let's just dink her armour a bit. Let's just add a few little scratches and nicks to that to take lazy mouse off. Keep draw size down. And a few little holes in the fabric somewhere. Not too many. I don't want to make it look like she's you know, crawled out of a grave or anything like that. I don't want to tatter the clothes on my undead stuff. I really tatter it. This one I just want to moderate it a little bit. I want to do a few little. Okay then everyone, there we go. one finished assassin. A few scars and dinks and little scraps. But she's finished, there we go. So I can, oh actually I need to put that in now. Right, so with her and the ruler together, let's copy that. Let's paste them into the other scene with the other guys. Great axe guy to the back. Let's pop him further back as well. Let's bring her into the front. Just take away the ruler. Right, so she is Knights of the Shield Assassin. There we go. Just going to save that. Well, what I'm going to do is I'm going to export all of these now. I'm going to get them print ready and I'm going to get them supported so I can go and like roll them out for this month's subscriptions ready. And then tomorrow we'll get onto the crossbowmen. What I will probably do is I'll take the two running guys that we've done, these two, I'll steal parts and bastardise them, and we'll basically make them into two new guys with the bows and arrows. So hopefully that will work okay. And then we've got the faction complete. So again, I'll just do a little render up of them all together. I'll do a little render of her on her own and we'll post them on the Facebook page. I was going to go and it's about 850 I think I used, so say 900. I was going to dynamesh them all together. Let's go for the first one, second one, 900. Dynamesh. So this is unifying them all as. That's perfect, straight out. That'll do. It's crazy, man. It goes from 14 million points to 3 million. Right, now this guy, so I just need to add a couple of rocks to his feet just so he's got a little bit more structural stability. So back here at the bottom of his foot, where his foot touches the floor, what I'm going to do is I'm going to slice the bottom of his foot off. I'm going to redo my dynamish there. Have I killed it again? It's not the coffee that's stopping me, mate. It's the kids' imminent arrival back home. It's 3 o'clock now, so the wife's just going to go and pick them up. So in about 5 minutes, the eldest will be out. Little one's already there with her now, so they'll be coming back here and demanding some attention from me. We've still got Christmas decorations to put up, you see. We've got to get the garland up the stairs and a few more lights up and stuff, so there is still a little bit to do. We did the tree yesterday. But oh, come on, Grit. Said brush your turd. Right, guys, I'm going to put you on a quick BRB so I can just pop for a loo break. And I'll come back and try and get these exported and supported. So bear with me a second and I'll see you shortly. Right guys, I've just come back to a crash, so I've just been rebooting it here in the background. Let's get back through what I started. ZBrush is absolutely being an arse today. Right, let's come back in and start doing what I set out to do in the first place. Well, now the other day I did one for Cursed Empire, and we added some. Like a cloud of dust behind his foot. Just save. Right, let's just see how this goes. Greg, are you arguing with yourself? Two accounts, or somebody masquerading as you? Come on, Greg. More coffee. It's like this big fungus out the back. I'll try and go for like a dust effect, you know, like a dust particle type dust cloud. Literally just to anchor the not to anchor it, but yeah, anchor the model down and give it a bit of structural stability at the base. Because at the moment it's just got a toe, and that's not gonna do squat for anything, you know what I mean? So Yeah, it's a pig, isn't it? I've done it a few times with models, and the one thing I've found works quite well. I mean, this kind of thing works well, anchoring it properly. But one of the things I found is, like, if you add a peg to the bottom of the base, so like in this case, I'm not going to do it on here because it's not what I actually want to do. But say we add a little cylinder here like this. So we had a cylinder underneath the toe where it's contacting the floor. So you put that on the model, print it out, and then when it's when you've got your base, drill a hole into the base that's the width of the peg, gouge it out with a scalpel if you need to, and then glue it in, put a bit of putty around it or something like that to just hold it in place. And that little peg going into the base will give it a little bit more structural stability. The problem you'll still have, and you'll not get around this, is depending on how bulky this ankle is, that is a weak point that's going to break. And sometimes it actually breaks here across the middle of the foot. So you just have to just be a little bit wary with them. Right, add my dust cloud to the donut coat man. Yeah, you could do it yourself, easy. I mean, the alternative is, if you've got a little pin vice drill, I've got one on here. Got one of these. Get a drill bit that's the width of a paperclip. Drill into the bottom of the foot of the model, and then basically put a metal pin into the bottom of the foot. But it does depend on how you've got to go quite deep with it if you're going to do it. So you'd need to get through the ankle into the shin at the very minimum to get any kind of like anchoring in there. You pop a bit of super glue on the end of your wire, pop it through the leg, and then you can super glue into the base. And if you drill into if it's like a hollow base, like the old plastic GW ones, what you can do is drill into the base, poke the wire through, glue the foot where it contacts the base, glue that in place, and then for the bit of wire that protrudes through, bend it over, add more glue and a dollop of like putty or something like that, like green stuff, and that model's going nowhere then. But it does depend upon you having a straight entry point for the drill bit to go, because obviously it's got to go through. Why is the music stopped? Yeah, it's obviously got to go through in a straight line. So for this guy, again, you probably could go from here, but not from the toe. So if you go up from the toe here, you might, well, you could probably go up there, kind of, but you're going to end up coming out the back of his out the back of his boot, which is never going to be ideal. But yeah, add a pegging mesh mixer is probably your best way to get a fix on something like that. Apple skin stuck in my mouth then. Making me heave, that was. Oh. Okay, so these guys now should all be solid mesh. Solid mesh. And again. Solid mesh. And a solid mesh. Oh, and one more. Solid. Right, they're all solid. So next thing I need to do is the post-processing. So pre-process all. Let me just sit and wait. So I don't know how long this is going to take. Hopefully not too long. Assuming ZBrush isn't being an arse still. It should be quite quick. Yeah, it'll work. The peg idea as well for the foot, just while this is loading, it will work particularly well if you've got a scenic base you want to add them to. Because what you can do is you can boolean out the peg. So the peg that you add to the foot, you boolean out the inverse of that on the base, and then you don't even have to drill out the hole for the peg to go into. You can just glue it straight in. But you probably want to kind of inflate and grow the peg by 5% or something like that, just to kind of allow for a little bit of, you know, a bit of tolerance in there. Come on, you lot. What we'll do next, we'll get these exported. I'll load them into Blender and I'll show you how I'll do my renders. Okay, decimate all at 20%. So this is reducing the poly count down to 10% of, or 20% of everything's starting point. So the total scene here now is less than one single model was before. So 241,000 polys for that guy. 292 for him, 235 for him, 629,531 for the Ogre, which I'm happy with, 211 for her, and 229 for him. Okay, so poly count is fine across the board. I'm going to pull my ruler into the scene again. Let's call it ruler so it's called something meaningful. And I'm going to export a lot of these. Now as products, what I'm going to do is I'm probably going to group them up. So they'll be Saracen warriors. So we'll have the three guys as one product. We'll have the Saracen assassin, or the Knights of the Shield assassin, Knights of the Shield warriors. We'll have the Knights of the Shield leader, and then the Knights of the Shield ogre. So my plan is to bundle them out. Once they're all out like that together, what I'll also do is I'll do a combined pack. So if you're buying them from my website and you want to get the resins, or you want to get the STL files, rather than paying for them individually, you'll be able to buy them as a bundle. I'm going to get them on today, these ones onto the site without the crossbowmen, so they're there and available, so that people start ordering them, because the grand opening / Black Friday / Cyber Monday sale is running until the 3rd of December. So you can get 30% off all the resins and 50% off STL files. So it's a good chance to grab a bargain, and it'd be a shame to not have these available for that. But also going forward, anybody who's on my Patreon they'll be getting the like hefty discounts all year round anyway. So if you do miss the actual sale, you can sign up for about £6 on the Patreon and get yourself a big discount. So, and it's spending money to save money, but it's still better than paying full price, isn't it? So, right. So, rulers here. Ruler height is set to 100mm, which means everything is in the scene is relative. Then, export to STL. Right. So I'm going to export to Patreon monthly STL release. Right, so these guys need to all come out. Use the subtool as the file name, which obviously is the name that I've given them in the order there, which is descriptive. We'll save that. So we've got the file saved. Okay, so let's close ZBrush for a minute. Okay, so I'm going to open Blender. So this is one of the times I will use Blender. This is coming out of the software, so I can do rendering in KeyShot, but we've established a really nice rendering template that Hayley can use. So what I do is we have a scene set up here, which I'll show you is literally a cube, and also in the scene are a number of lights. So the lights are various different tints and colours and stuff, different spotlights and different angles. And then we've got a custom material set which is on this cube, and this custom material basically has a kind of a rough surface texture, so it doesn't bounce too much light around. There's not a high specularity to it. So you can see the roughness here is like 748 or 0.748, which is quite high. Specular is low. It's not metallic at all. We've got no specular tints, so that means that the little white dots that you see on the highlights, there's no colour to that. It'll just be white dots. Anisotropic, I have no idea what that means, but it's at 0. And then sheen, that's like the satiny type finish that you get on them. So if you're trying to achieve like a plasticky look, that's where you go with that. Yeah, all these other little bits and bobs, they're all low, so nothing affects it. And then the only thing we've got is alpha. So alpha is to do with how opaque and transparent it is. So we're going to be rendering them out with a transparent background, so that is all set into the scene. Everything's already here. So it's going to disable the view of all of the lights, so they don't get in the way of the scene. Go file import, STL. So we're going to go and find the files now. I'm going to bring all of them in, and I need to make sure that Y is up, because and I think it's minus Z forwards, I think is the way. and that imports them correctly then, hopefully, fingers crossed. They'll still be massive, they'll be way bigger than they need to be, but they'll be at least consistent in the scene. Right, here we go. So they've loaded in. I think I was a bit off with my Z forward. Just rotated them slightly wrong, so I'm just going to RZ 90 RZ RZ 180. S to scale, bring them down. I want them so that they fit in the scene. Right, they've all been scaled to the size of the Ogre because he's the biggest. And now what I need to do is individually, I'm just going to position them all at the spot there where they're right over that cube. Now angle I believe is fine, so I don't need to change the angle of the models, I don't think. If I do, I'll just sort that in a minute. Okay, back to 0. Now I've got a bit of positioning to deal with here because I need to make sure they're in the scene. So Ogre's coming over to the right a touch, this guy with the sword extended is coming over to the right a touch as well. Now each of these I've got to come through and apply the material to. So I'm going to click down here and I've got one called render material, which is my custom material. And again. Right, now I need to just click on the camera and the eyeball for each of these models. So we've got one at a time here now. Let's just change her origin to the model. And then press F12. There we go, and there she is rendered up. Okay, so right click, no not right click, up here save as, and I've got a folder called Blender Renders. So this is Knights of the Shield Assassin. Now I need to make sure these have got the same name as the actual model, because if I haven't, Haley will absolutely go mad at me. This is the Great Axe, Knights of the Shield Great Axe, and again I'm just going to rotate him a touch because I want to showcase him a little bit better. There we go. We can see he's doing up mail nicely. So we'll save as Knights of the Shield Great Axe. Yeah, the one thing that drives Haley mad when she's doing all these product renders and stuff for me, when she's loading products onto the site, is when the product name is different in 3 or 4 different places. So if the render name doesn't tie up with the like the file names and stuff like that, she hates it. She goes mad at me. It's not such an issue on the latest ones, but on like some of my older models, like over the years, that we've given them like new names or we've changed their titles, or the actual file itself was just called body, or yeah, torso, axe, you know, things like that. So there's non-descriptive. They're descriptive of the item, but within the context of a folder. So yeah, it really winds her up. That does. The Ogre. Oh, he looks good, doesn't he? Thanks for sharing, Dad. So the Ogre's done. The swordsman are next. I was going to rotate him. Nope. RZ. After I set the origin. Right, so this is Knights of the Shield Swordsman. I can't see his name. Can't get that wrong. Swordsman 1. Which means the last one is Swordsman 2. So image save as Swordsman 2. Okay, it's close Blender, don't need to save anything. So next port of call is Lychee. Don't want it, go away. Decline. Okay, so I'm going to find the files we just exported through my Patreon. Where did I put it? Patreon STL releases. Right, I'm going to put the. Let's do them in bundles. Let's do 3 at a time. Okay. Right, so first thing you'll see is each of these guys comes in red because they need to be repaired. So I'm just going to try and repair them first in here. If they don't repair in here, the fallback is to put them straight into NetFab. NetFab links to your Lychee. So what you do is you get a Autodesk like license. Right, here we go. So this one can't be done. So we get an Autodesk license. We set up a NetFab account. Now, NetFab I'm using in an unlicensed version, which is basically the same as the licensed version, but with limited functionality. So, what it'll do is it'll give you a licensed version to start with, and then it will reduce the functionality when you get to like 30 days up. Now you never want to extend and actually pay for NetFab, because it's like thousands of pounds. It's ridiculously expensive. It's very useful for doing this, but you can do it on the free version without having to pay for it. So I'm going to export to STL. So when it comes in, I've got a little tick box ticked which basically says automatically fix it. It's worth doing that because it saves you a process. So I can just export that now. Export as STL. And it's going to dump that straight back in the source file where the original one was. Okay, so now I can save that. Don't save the changes. Go to browse, and you see I've got one called repaired now. Open that instead, and it'll be switching out, and it'll be blue. So it's no longer red. Now what I want to do on these ones, they're not ready to export yet, but I want to just remove the raft, because what I'm going to do is I'm going to export the selected models. Control Shift and E. So this is the Great Axe, and I'm just going to put repaired on there because it's already had the holes removed. So if anybody wants to use this file rather than having to do the repairs like I've just done, you can literally cut that out and just go straight in. So this is Knights of the Shield. What's his name? Come on, Lychee, nobody tell me what the character is. Knight of the Shield, Swordsman 1. So Control Shift A, Swordsman 1, and I'm just going to append the word repaired in brackets. Okay, now so each of these, what I need to do is rotate them so they're standing a bit more upright. And then I'm going to go into prepare. We're going to put a raft back on. So raft is thickness 0.30 millimeters. So I don't want it to take up too much resin or be too substantial. But I want it to have basically enough mass that I can lift the whole thing off the build plate nice and easy. There's nothing I hate more than when you have to chisel into the into build plate to get the supports off, and they just fly off all over the place because they're all individual pieces. At least this keeps it contained. You can get a spatula under one end, pry it up, and then grab the supports and peel it off usually. So that is my preferred method. So I'm going to do supports now. So I'm going to go to auto supports with a medium density, which is a 0.28 millimeter tip, and we're going to go for, it's there, isn't it? Yeah, generate auto supports. Now I've set parenting on, and I've set auto bracings off, because I hate the bracings in Lychee, and they make a mess. They span across the model, and they generally cause me issues. The parenting also needs a little bit of attention at times. So here, I'm just going to go and reparent to something that's a bit more sensible. So I don't want supports like, why is that done now? I don't want supports crossing the model if I can help it. So I'm going to try and keep all the supports in like a common area. Okay. I'll let that one slide. That does not need to be there. That one I can probably put onto there and get a better angle on it. See, this one here is coming all the way across to literally just connect back to that, and it's got a little bracing there which is pointless, so we'll take that out. This one's connecting all the way through there when it could just literally come here, so again a pointless one. This one also is doing the same kind of thing, it's going through another support. Let's just bring that back here. Bracings, even though I've told it not to. This one is ridiculous, so let's sort that out. Well, these ones I will sort out now. I'm going to make these mini supports, the ones that are off the side. So again, mini. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to just put a few more in there. So hold Control and Shift and Alt. And it will pick up the same settings from the same source point. And I can run a few supports down the blade and so we'll make that a mini again. Let's make that one a mini. Okay, so little fans on the blades there with a couple of actual proper supports in. This one, now these ones under here again, we've got some silly like issues going on, so let's just take this one here and we'll put that on. What's going on with that? Why did you do that? Make that a mini as well. Right, now here I know he's going to need at least a proper support on the elbow. Probably going to want support in here as well. So we're going to add a few. Use a couple of minis too, but I want to try and keep the length of the minis like minimal. The mini supports are too long, they do run the risk of like faltering. Right, I don't like this at all. I've got this one spanning across the model. These supports then go behind the shield. Actually, I could probably live with that. Yeah, I can live with that. What was that about? Come on, sort yourself out. I think I can live with that because we've got it on two different angles. They're coming in at different sides. Now this bit is a mess. Oh, what's going on there? I'm actually going to hide. I'm going to hide the ones I'm not working on at the moment, just so it's easy to see the one I am working on. So we'll add a couple of supports onto this. It's going to go around the outside of his foot. So these supports will act as an anchor without having to add too much mass. Let's add that into there as well. So basically all these little yellow spots, these are islands, not islands, sorry, they're overhangs. So areas where you have overhangs, excuse me, you need to make sure you've got supports in. Not tons of supports, but you need at least something to catch it, because it's potentially somewhere that is going to fall flat. But what we'll do is we'll run the island detector to tell us which ones we need to pick up. So now that I've sorted out the standard stock, oh no I haven't actually, I've got to do the other foot. So the first thing to do is to come in and sort out these issues with the standard bases. So let's Alt and P that, just make it a pillar. So just going to run a few round here, and then a couple more around the back of the heel. It's a low spot. The low point on this actually is along this outside edge. Take that away because that's not needed. And that can parent into that, or be parented to. Okay, so I think let's parent that into there as well. Parent that to that. Let's sort out this parenting because that's stupid. Put that there because that makes more sense. Right, where is that one I just saw? The rest of them I think are alright. That one can come out here. Okay, so I've got that one done now. Let's turn him off. Let's turn the next one on. Right, so first thing I know I need to do here is I'm going to put a little line of fan supports in. So I'm just going to hold my control shift and then I'm going to hold that and we're going to paint them along the edge. Painting the fan supports is quite good because it evenly spaces them. And any like this that go over the edge, then what you can do is just grab them by the tip and just bring them back in and reposition them. And you can set the spacing for that as well in the that was not happening. That is absolutely not happening. Yeah, you can set the spacing for your fan supports in the software settings. Okay. So we've got them along the shorter edge. Again, we've got stupid bracings here I don't want. We've got parentings that are just ridiculous. So even after telling Lighty not to put do any parenting, it's parented stuff. Let's make that a mini. I mean, what's that about, honestly? Let's take that away. That is probably acceptable where it is. That is just stupid. I mean, what's wrong with what I've just done? This is a mess over here. Right, let's sort this out. So any of these supports that are going to be coming from the same place, I want to be like coming from the same place. So this one here is going to be, let's pair it into that. Well, they're all coming together. That one's fine. Under here, nonsense. I mean, what's that? Instead of bracing from that side, parent from that side, you're fine, aren't you? Actually, I'm going to parent to that front one. Just because it's a little bit closer. Now the anchor supports here, little row of anchors. Now if you're doing a large model, like when we come to do the Ogre, I might need to use a couple of heavy supports as anchors, but if I can avoid using heavies I will. because obviously the heavier the supports are, the more difficult they're going to be for you to remove. Right, oh god, got the mess here again. Let's put that to there. Should remove that. Let's that can come right. That should be parented to that because it's closer. And that can go onto there because it can. I'm gonna put that there actually. I'm pretty sure they're all going to be needed, so let's just get them in. Just to enable the fingers to print. And then one more for over here. Okay, so probably needs a couple of supports just under here just to help with the masses. So anytime you find like a significantly large area, what you want to do is get a couple of supports in there just so it doesn't, like, you know, flatten out and pull apart. And they're your anchors then. If it's an area that can't be seen, it's even better because then you can just hide it and get rid. Okay, let's get rid of that one, and then we do the great axe guy. Oh, come on, circle round properly. Okay, so right here we've got a few. Right there is the base point, so we'll put a few supports around here. So what you don't want is the model detaching from the build plate right at the very beginning, or ever. Trying to think of colour schemes for these guys at the moment. Since they come off my printer, I'm going to get them printed soon. Get them painted. Get them all in my painting queue. And I was like, what the hell? What are you doing? Just do your supports properly, man. You got one job. What's that? Just come on. You're winding me up here now. It's like he's doing it on purpose. It's like when you ask the kids to do something and they do it deliberately badly because they don't want to do it again. With minimal effort. Boost the temperature here a touch because, like I said, it's cold and I've got to do some printing in a bit. So let's make sure it's going to be warm enough for printing. Well, it's going a bit far there. Let's keep them a bit closer. Let's go for that one. That one I'm going to make a pillar, just like I'm going to do with that one. So the pillars just make them completely vertical, which means you haven't got to worry about like the bends and stuff. But obviously it does mean that you've got a bit of a pull force on there. So if all your supports are vertical, it's probably not the best way of doing it. Don't need that. I don't need that. Let's bring that down so it's got a little bit more of an angle. Right, that can parent into that. And I know it's got its own. Oh no, it's fine, it's parented as well. So I'm just hunting for any dodgy looking supports that annoy me. Right, here I need to add a few more. In fact, I don't need to add a few more, I just need to add one really. Maybe two, I might just add an extra one in there. Maybe one at the tip just to capture that whole area. And again, I think ZBrush, I think Lighty is just trying to annoy me here. If you get them in a really bad position, you can use the advanced editor mode and jig them around a bit. A quick way of doing that is pressing space. Okay, right. Oh god, I haven't done up here. Just I thought I was finished. Did it really need two supports right there at the tip? Okay, let's go for one there. Let's pan it back to there. Right, mini support. Don't know what that one's doing. That's annoying me. That should be over here. That should be over here. That's redundant. That should be a mini. That should be a mini. That should be a pillar. And it should be here. Oh man, it's gone funny. Right, let's pull these supports back where they belong. I mean, why it does these ridiculous dogleg ones is beyond me. With a different type of support. I think it could. Right, that's looking a bit tidier. Let's get a couple of supports across here. So we'll go parent one to there, and then we're going to do a little fan out from here. Support there, another one here, and another one to here. So that's just picking up all of the underside of the arm, areas where it's possible it might fail. Okay, let's activate everything now. Let me just save these as... No, it's the shield swordsman. Damn it. Ah, go away. File, save as. Knights of the Shield Warriors. Right, now, the island detection I've got is set to 25 micron layer height, which means that when I put the supports in here, any supports that any print settings you use that are over 25 micron layer slices will work, okay, because they'll be picked up. So if you're not printing at 25 micron layer heights, it's always worth then just doing a quick island detection yourself, especially if you're going lower. If you're going lower than 25 microns, what you're doing is actually redundant, because the layer height in terms of its visibility is absolutely unidentifiable. So if you're printing at like 10 micron layer height, from 25 microns below you will not even see it to the naked eye. So you'll get no tangible improvement to your prints, but you'll get an increase in the actual print time, which obviously is more wear on your printer, you know, more wear on the screen because of like light on time and whatnot. So yeah, personal recommendation for me as a professional printer since 2016 is not to go below 25 micron, and that's what I use for all my production models I've ever made. So right, so I need to highlight all of the models, and then we're going to go to islands and we're going to search, and with real accuracy on. See how many it finds. So we're going to tackle these one at a time again. So we've got 101 islands. Let's turn them all off. Let's turn one back on. Okay, so we're just going to look at this model, and all the red spots are islands. Right, so let's just start popping these supports in and parenting them to the nearest spot. Where we've got a couple of them quite close together, like we've got here up in the chainmail. What's going on there? You can go away. What I will do is I'm going to put a support in the middle, come down to here, and it should, if I'm clever with my placement, it should pick up multiple spots. So there we go. So if I put it at the overlap between two, then that one support will get both. So I didn't actually clock the count before I did that, but we're now at just 25. Let's let that go to there. Oh, I'm going to have to come back in and replace this model, because this, I remember I moved the leg after I did the I moved his leg after I'd done all this posing because I wasn't quite happy with it. Well, sometimes you can't get something to parent to easily, so if you can't do that, it's just best not to. Okay, so I think I've got most of the points from the bottom. Without adding too much in the way of clutter. I'm going to add one here, which I will parent back to this little one there, which is a tiny one, so I'm going to make that a mini light one. Okay, right, so 8 islands left on him. Can I find them? Or do I need a bit of help from Lychee? So Lychee gives you these indicators up the side. So what I can do is I can click on that, switch from bottom to top, go upside down, and then as I scroll up I should see, I can see him on his fingers actually. I should see in the area where I'm scrolling an island appear. I can't see anything. Let's come to his fingers, let's add the supports to his fingers. Go there, mini. Mini, mini, mini. Another mini. And another mini. Down to 3 islands now. So I can see there's one here. Where is it? Where is this one? Can't see this one either. Oh, there it is. Oh gosh, right next to that. Really? Can it not just be picked up with that one? Yeah, it can. Ah, there it is. Right, when he goes yellow like that, back with the yellow grid, then that means that the islands are all done. Okay, so that is one guy fully supported. Let's turn him off. Let's go to number 2. Well, that's 21 islands on this guy. It's not too bad. Right, so we can see one of them there straight away. Let's get that. Why didn't that work? Well, this support is a pre-support, but can literally be moved to fit that island. This support, I'm pretty sure I can just move it again. Yep, there we go. So it's got that one. I don't need to add an extra support, I just need to relocate one of my existing. That is stupid. That one there can be picked up from there, so we'll just drop that in as a mini. Right, so I've got to put that there. I need to have another one here, and then this one is also going to come to the same spot. So what I'm going to do, I can get in there. There we go. Right then, so we've got a few islands up here. So I think his elbow is well supported now, he's not going to have an issue there. Here, I'm pretty confident with, but I'm going to put minis in there. So it's not yet turned the right colour. It's still not right. There's one. More? Still? Really? Where? Where are they? There's one. Let's try and address that with a little move of the support tip. Okay, so that one was addressed easily enough. Come a bit further down. Let's address this one by doing the same. That will need support there. To make them both light supports, I think, because they're going to be not too hard to pick up, I don't think. But then we're coming much further up the guy. So nothing on his shoulder pads, can't see anything on his hood, I can see something on his arm. Oh, come on, right there, really? Let's bring that down, let's just move that support a touch. Tiny little fragment of a movement. And we're done. Right, still one more island to go. Where are you? There on the sword handle. Probably a fraction of a millimetre away from an existing support, really. Okay, so that is that one done. And now we're going to go on to the final one. We've got 40 islands on this guy, so let's just... Oh, come on, for God's sake. got a big old cluster of them just here, so I think we can do away with a good few of them all in one go. There we go. Oh, where am I at? This is do support is more mentally taxing than sculpting the bloody models. Well, I will also add, because I'm colourblind, the way my particular colour blindness is working, blue and red is a really bad combination for me. It actually gives me headaches when it's a bright blue like this with red. So I'm getting a bit of an eye strain and fatigue going on here doing this. Right, let's make these minis. Definitely be a light mini, and that one's annoying me just because it's so close to an existing one already. Same with this. Right, now here I need to go back and sculpt to sort this out, because this is one of the things I try and avoid all the time, where I've got a really thin wall. They're not actually islands, but that is so thin it thinks it is. So yeah, the only way I can really address that, I'm not even going to try and put supports there because that's just ridiculous. I just need to go in there with the inflate brush, blow it up a touch, and then I can come back and sort it. So we've got 4 islands left. I've got a feeling they're all the ones here. Yeah, I think I can see 4 in there. Right, so let me just save that again. Gonna load up the Saracen warband again. And what was the other thing I needed to fix? Oh yeah, the weird. The weird groin, wasn't it, on the one guy? So I don't need her yet. It's him and not him. Him, wasn't it? Or was it that one? Right, it was him. There we go. I can see it on the belt. That's what I need to sort out. just inflate under here because there's a little bit of hole that I can just do without. Normally go back and check these before I do this, but I must have missed it on this guy. Always go back and look for these little annoying holes and difficult spots. So he's done. Let's dynamesh him. And then the other guy was that's that side sorted. Let's just smooth that bit there. Just going to get in here and do the same here. Just going to put an extra little bit of fold here, because it should have had it. So all I need to do is I'll replace these meshes, re-export them, and then I'm going to go in and just replace them on the supports. It's quite a simple process. Take a few seconds, but it saves a lot of messing. Just that there. Right, there was a little bit I spotted as well, which was just here, where it's tried to throw a little support in. I'm going to inflate that just a touch to make it a little bit, you won't notice it, but it's going to stop it from having to be supported. How did I miss that down there? So I came back to this guy. there was something weird going on down here, wasn't there, somewhere? Was it there? Let's just dynamish him again. Let's just double check I've got all those bits I needed to. Yes, yes, yes. Done, 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 done. I don't think I actually redid this guy's knee at all after I'd posed him, because I wouldn't have normally left all this kind of odd texture in. I also think I'd have reduced his knee down because it would be a bit high. I think I must have just forgotten to do that bit. There we go. Let's just smooth that back out. Much better. Right, let's dynamesh again. Back into. Oh, let me just get that. Let me get that because that's going to bother me. I can't remember if I had supports there or not, but I know it's going to ask for them. Certain places you can just see there's going to be a tiny little support in there, and it's just going to be annoying. Okay, so that is sorted now, all resolved, all done and dusted and dealt with. So I'm just going to go and re-export. Well, first thing I'm going to do is hide the ruler, pre-process all and pre-process both of these guys, and then we're going to export them out again. Still processing, nearly there. Done. Right, decimate all. Ah, you do it then. Decimate and reduce the polycat down again. Let's get it right, and we're going to go back to the ruler. I'm going to do export. Let's put that back in the file where they belong, which is the Patreon monthly mini release. Use the file names, and they are going to go. Save this. So I think the office is warmed up enough now to be able to get the printer on in a minute. So I'm just going to finish dropping these supports in. Going to get the other guys done off stream. I'm going to let you guys crack on in a minute. Right then. Oh look, more of these dodgy YouTube bots. So close that. Let's open NetFab. The two that I've just done, I'm going to drop them onto NetFab now. Add parts, auto repair. Okay, so first one is done. I'm just going to export the part there, STL. Okay, job's a good one. Guess we're going to overwrite. And then the next one we're going to export part, STL. And we're going to write, oh, right. Close this down now. Right, back into lighting now. What I'm going to do is go to layout, turn them all back on. This one, we're going to go and browse for the Great Axe repaired. And this one we're going to browse for, ouch, no, it wasn't that one, was it? It was this one. This one is going to be browse for Swordsman 1 repaired. No, Swordsman 2 repaired. There we go. So I can now go back to my prepare thing. There we go, and we're all island free. Okay. I'm gonna just can that support there because that was not needed now. Okay, we're gonna save that, and now ready to go. Right, guys, I'm gonna sort this out. Dash now. So I've been drinking coffee like no one's business today, and it's going through me, and I need to get to loo again. So I'm gonna wrap up. I'll be back on stream again tomorrow doing the crossbowmen. Hopefully with a couple of prints to show you of the Ogre and the other guys. So thank you all for joining in. Thank you for joining my stream today, and hopefully you come back tomorrow. So in the meantime, don't forget, have a little look at my website, www.thelionstower.com. We've got 30% off all resin models at the moment until the... Sorry out of the roll, mate. I am desperate to go, so I've got to go to loo before the kids get in. Right then, kids. Kids? Oh, delirium setting in again. Right, so they're all done anyway. They're going on the printer in a minute, so I'll get these sorted, and I will see you guys tomorrow for more. So check out the website and buy some resin models in the meantime. Cheers out of the roll, much appreciated, guys. Oh man, yeah, I had to make a few repairs. There was a couple of areas where there was thin walls and bits that I'd just forgotten to do in the sculpt, so I just had to dip out, go back into the sculpt and sort it out. But yeah, at the moment on the website we've got automatic discounts applied at checkout, so you haven't got to put any codes or anything in. In the UK, if you spend over 50 quid you get free shipping, and you get 30% off all your resin stuff, which is again automatically applied at checkout. Outside of the UK you hit £100 and you'll get free shipping worldwide, and again there's a 30% discount applied at your checkout on resin. If you're after STL files, 50% off all your STL files, and there's no shipping involved. So if you set up an account, you can come back and download them at any time, so they'll be like in a library for you. So it's a new site, and again, if you're on there, have a little look. If there's any products you really like on there, review them. If you print them out, give us a review and let us know how you get on with your prints, and it all helps with the algorithms and everything else. So again, thanks guys. Pounds is proper money, mate. Pounds it is. So yeah, I've really got a dash. So I'll let you guys crack on. Thank you all again for joining me today. And yeah, I'll be back on again 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, streaming with the crossbowmen. So cheers guys, I'm gonna clock off quick and I will see you tomorrow. Adios all.